Good morning. How's everyone doing today? Ding. It's hmm. Failed the retest of the trend. They're trying to save their asses right now. It's kind of special. They filled in $30 of the downside gap, and just not all of it. Or data was bullish. No, data wasn't bullish. Nice try by Polar Bear. Really wish we opened at the pre-market low. That would have been cool. Let's see how much higher they can try to drive this. There's not a ton of call interest yet, but there's definitely a little bit of put capitulation. 42.38. Okay. Interesting. I guess we'll see where this fails. It's pretty bearish. Okay, that's kind of turning around. All right. Let's see if this fails. So we're going to get some put accumulation, but we're also going to try to get a pump on the back of pre-market put capitulation. So, yeah, let's see what happens here. This will be a wild morning that I am not nearly awake enough for. What now, bull narrative? I guess they could try to be like, hey, oh, well, the labor data is better now. Unemployment stayed pretty flat, though, so. Any chance they just pump this thing hard so hard it breaks the puts? They're trying to do that. So yes. I mean, in the pre-market, they almost lost 4,200, and they almost lost the next level of charm too. But it's Friday, and Friday is 0 DTE day. I like that, Dork. It's sexy. Is WeBull not displaying SPX for anyone else? Did you try scrolling down the gap? There's a big gap. Red shirt day means down, boys, traditionally. Although I'm not going to say any thought went into me grabbing this shirt out of my drawer. They can't do it today. No way with yields doing what they're doing. Yeah, yields yields are kind of going crazy right now. The 30-year US Treasury bond is now above 5%. The 20-year is above the 2-year. And the 10's somehow still below it. Do you think they'll raise next meeting? Why not? Inflation's going to be hot, right? And bulls know this. That's why they're so focused on the fucking labor data this week. All my TA is based on your clothing. Thanks, Daniel. That's a good idea. Can you please touch on why the updated net gamma shows positive above 4,300? I thought sold calls would come up negative. No, because they skew adjust. Poorly, might I add, but they do. What treasuries are you holding? Right now, the only thing I have is some 2 years at like 4.8 and some 20 years I picked up at 5 when it broke 5. Not a ton of treasuries currently. I'm in the process of rolling over a bunch of 3 and 6 months that I bought earlier this year. Adopted by Dan's. Thank you so much. Guys, give him a shout out and welcome to Cornishon. And there we go, breaking the trend on SPX again. Yes, looking kind of shitty. Although futures caught up, VIX futures caught up a little bit with the current price. 25 and 42.25 and 42.10 both have a bit of Vega risk. I don't pick my outfit the night before. Did you see that Japan may enter positive rates by January? No, but that's super bearish. I like it. Overnight RRPs have fallen off dramatically. Is liquidity flooding into the bond market? It's flooding into the short side of the bond market. Doesn't the job report imply that the Fed needs to raise rates again? Aren't high rates good for Upstart? No. Tighter credit conditions are bad for Upstart. They're not like they're not really a direct lender, right? And so they make money selling loans, or they make their money selling the loans that they generate. And if no one's buying loans, they're gonna have a hard time selling them. But yeah, so tighter credit conditions are pretty bad for them. I'm on Diamond Hand, these 0 DTE 4235s I picked up. I still expect 4220 or 4200 today. I think that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think they're going to so willingly give up 4200. They may be forced to briefly, but they'll probably try to claw it back. A Bloomberg video I watched last night said BOFA full ported into yields, and Moynihan needs to mark those bags on October 17th, which is their earnings. Okay. This was a Bloomberg video? That seems like awfully direct positional discussion for Bloomberg. Yeah, S&P 500 falls $60 in 1 minute, and VIX is struggling to stay above 19. Yeah. There's a lot of vol control. They'd probably like to not get squeezed out. Ah, sweet. Tesla's back at my price targets. Finding a bit of support here at 25. Remember the Vega levels? 25, 42, 10 are both good levels to find a little bit of support. Is it greedy to enter Amazon Jan 120 or 110p? I know it's a lot of theta, but I want to make sure if we bounce, I'm not 100% ruined. You still short in Amazon? I don't think I do. Well, I might consider 120, but I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't go for 110. That seems early. Or maybe it's not. Guess we'll find out in the next couple of days. Fuck what they'd like. Well, but they have a lot of money to get their way. So. I DM'd you a video of the BOFA talk. Starts around 320. Okay, cool. I'll check it out later. Thanks. Carl's been married. Yeah. Carl's been married for quite some time now. They've already gotten into swinging. They have a mature and developed relationship. Goddamn right we do. Hey, Carl. At this point, it seems like sub 4,200 is off of the table. You'd think that, but it may not be. Do you have a price target for Boyle for those who've already gone long? No? It's like a 3x ETF. I have no idea nat gas could get to. That'll depend largely on supplies and Europe's winter. Interesting. Riddle me this. Non-farm payrolls doubled, but weekly hours worked went down. People are demanding 30 and 20-hour work weeks. What do you think employers are trying to avoid providing health insurance to their employees or something? Thoughts on the ZOM PXN deal? Don't really know too many of the details, to be frank. Mm. 4202, 4277, 50, 50. This is going to be an interesting one. Can you please tell the market participants to stop buying every dip and let this thing die today? Okay, thanks. I mean, no. You're a market participant. Stop buying all the dips, popcorn trader. What are you doing, man? Any new thoughts on the XRT situation? Gme might run next week. We'll see. There's not a lot of historic precedent for XRT being pulled off reg show before OPEX. So I'm not really sure how that's going to play out. But we might see like a broader like retail pump moving into SLD. If we did, I mean, I would just get theta, honestly. That way you don't have to fucking try to time it. I didn't buy any dips. I did buy guac. Is this my fault? It sounds like it. Guac is green, dude. There you go. These bull pumps aren't voluntary. You could even say they're non-consensual. Yeah, but are they going to keep trying to do it? We'll see. This might be starting to turn around, or at least lose momentum. There was a shitload of straddle positioning. So think of it this way: if they don't get their straddles back at 4250, 4260, that's super bearish because they're gonna start dumping those out of the money calls. Any idea about a T run for the dividend? No, I don't watch it. It just sits in my account and collects drip income. Today's ex-dividend date, so it makes sense that it would drop a little. Market's also down this morning. So it's, yeah, that all seems pretty reasonable. God, I fucking love debit spreads sometimes. They're like DGen weekly debit spreads, right? But they're debit spreads, so they're a little classier. They don't have as much theta decay. HE is getting smashed. Down 3%. Dude, the market's getting wrecked. What the fuck do you expect? Yeah, we talked. Me and Jay Fresh and Dork were kind of talking about this last night. Biden can't really say anything that's good for the bull narrative, right? Like he needs to keep pushing Bidenomics and a strong and robust labor market, which just makes the bull case look even shittier, right? No, I don't. I don't think you can trade SPX in the pre-market on WeBull. You might be able to, but probably limit orders only. You could try it. I don't think it'll work though. I don't think I have Globex. Pretty sure that only IBKR and Fidelity have it. Or I think TDA does or TOS does. But it seems risky. Well, then hold them a little longer, right? If you think you still need to carry the upside hedge, there's probably a good reason to think that. Personally, I mean, I don't care that much. Maximizing profits versus keeping some protection is um, having the protection's usually better. 30-year yields broke 5% earlier too. If we break 25 here, we'll pick up more volatility. If we break 42.16, we'll pick up a lot more downside momentum. And then vol ticks up at 42.10 and 4200. Does the possibility of a pump on SPX affect your outlook on Airbnb? Not really. I mean, I have quite some time on Airbnb. I might hedge the upside if I think SPX is gonna like rally or something. Like if we're gonna have like a bear rally. And then whatever I clean up off on the hedge, I'll just use to average down. I mean, I'm pretty confident that Airbnb is a shit company. Market's just limping along right now. I think the market maker's trying to get kind of get things back to spot. It's gonna take a bit of work, or it's gonna take capitulation out of the long calls that are still on the chain, which is quite a lot of them actually. There's a little bit of call buying going on here on the descending consolidation. But we did break a pretty key support on SPX already. And then failed to break back above it. This one. I guess it's more like there. Yeah. So the technicals don't look that great, even though the options market kind of hasn't caught up to the price action, I think. I think this still looks pretty bearish. Are straddle calls not closed with that 1% down candle PM? No, there's still a shitload of calls. Dude, that was fast. The fucking drop in pre-market was not slow. We dropped like 104 basis points in less than 5 minutes. There was no liquidity on that. Calls got fucked. If my call hedge is down 50%, would you add more hedge? You could roll it down. You can reduce the size of it and roll it down. If you want to keep it closer to the money. Although I would wait until we find a bigger support level. Because we can bounce from here still to like 42.50 if they're able to turn things around and get a good foothold on VIX shorting, or like put selling. But if we were to stabilize at like the 4,200 level, I would probably consider rolling my calls down. I have overnight calls from my straddle still. I couldn't close them this morning. I tried. I put in a limit sell on them and they gapped over it, and then I flipped it to a market sell after that got gapped over, and my market sell got canceled. So when should I start buying market crash lotto tickets? OPEX? If this carries on until OPEX. The yield shit's pretty crazy. Stops on QQQ get gapped over several times before filling. I'm not a big fan. Try to go like 0.25. QQQ is usually just a little less liquid than than SPY. So usually on SPY, like 0.10 is good for a stop. 0.15. QQQ is probably like 0.25, 0.3. You'll usually get the more favorable spread there, but you have to open yourself up to some slippage. Chasing too early to get puts right now. Entering too early in the day has been my main limit on profitability recently, so I feel anxious about it. But don't to miss big ouchie down downs. Are you? Is this just a statement? Oh, chasing too early to get puts right now. I mean, you could wait for more confirmation of a breakdown, although that's going to narrow your range a bit. I would say right now there's still a very high chance that we could bounce. I would be careful. If we lose 42.16, I think the chance of a bounce goes out the window. But yeah, right now it's there's a lot of good reasons for them to try to drive the price up and stabilize VIX. At what point do we say, okay, pumpers can absorb anything and has essentially captured the market? What happens then? Well, you just wait for them to cede ground, right? I mean, that's all. I feel like that's all we're really doing anyway. Did you read what I wrote last night? You'd like that. Yeah, the VIX spike this morning brought the price way up, Dork. Oh, I don't know about that. I was just gonna get some Novembers with fucking like November debit spreads or something. I wasn't gonna buy Jan Theta on GME. Fuck that. Zero DT volume isn't down here. Isn't as increasing as fast as I thought it would. No. I mean, VIX still isn't really high enough for bears to leverage gamma, right? Or need to. I mean, they can still just buy like mid-dated puts. Yeah, they don't like. They can still play just the delta. We're back below the long-term uptrend. No, on futures. No, like the October trend. We bounced off it, but we're still above it. Any thoughts on Airbnb? I don't like it. I'm currently short it. They've been losing a lot of revenue from major cities, and because of all the fees and shit, hotels are generally cheaper, so their stake of market share is slipping. It's gonna be another volatile, choppy day. It depends. It can get very directional very quick if we keep losing ground here. Holes? It needs holes. I can't just put holes in it. It's the long-term trend. How's QQQ Tesla doing? I love the drop. I just need one more 10% candle, please, and thank you. Yeah, we still want to see a break of 42.16.22. That's the next downside target. I think if we bounce there, I would look for a small rally. Tesla bullish. I mean, it looks like NQ is trying to recover a bit. How's RSP doing? Down 85 BPS. So RSP is like most of the drop here. Let's see if bearish positioning just keeps coming in. There's definitely some put selling going on, but not a lot of call buying. 42.15 looks pretty juicy. 4,200. So those are they're gonna use those to absorb any downside momentum. The out of the money call interest is starting to fall off. That might be a better driver of the downside than any put interest accumulation. No gap fill. Which gap? The upside gap? I wouldn't say that yet. What do you think about Cat? It's almost reached 255. I'm not in anymore because I got stopped out yesterday. But would you re-enter with dropping SPX? Not right now, I wouldn't. I'd probably look for a bounce. Do you think they prepared for this big of a miss on non-farm? I mean, sure. The call positioning this morning, like going into market open today, wasn't particularly strong. Like the put positioning built out all day through the day yesterday, and their structure was a lot better. Even if non-farm had been a little bit more moderate and not missed so much to the upside, I think the puts would have won out initially. But ultimately, I don't think that the non-farm data is that fucking important, right? Like, I think they're just trying to push like a weaker labor means the Fed will do less this week, right? Because once inflation data hits, we already know it's going to be hot, right? Fucking oil's been up like all through September, and it was high too. So like we can probably expect PPI and CPI to both be really shitty. So I think they wanted to get as much pump during this period as they could and de-risk whatever short puts they could manage to get off the chain. But there was never any like real bullishness behind the idea that like a softer labor market would be an improvement to our economy, right? Because that's stupid. It's a stupid fucking narrative anyway. Like the strong labor market was the backbone of the entire bull thesis for fucking the first half of the year, and now they're like, no, guys, if labor gets softer, that's better for us now. It's like, right? It's just nonsense. correlation's picking up. I think if we see 1 month correlation rise a bit more, we may start to see QQQ take a hit. Right now, it's pretty resilient and kind of like neck and neck with the SPX. Costco finally cracking. I mean, if it isn't, it will, right? The consumer's just going to get weaker. They already reported weaker, like non-essential sales and durable sales. I'll play this lovely recent volatility. GG if you're making money. Thanks for all the data and the secret DDs. You got it, Alan. Congratulations, I guess. Thanks for what I thought. Also, thanks for the Tesla updates. I got out 187% up this morning on the one I entered yesterday. Nice. Yeah, Tesla took a big hit overnight. We'll see if it continues. Do you think they've considered just not selling any more puts? Maybe. I mean, they've reduced their overall Vega risk a bit. Not a lot, but a bit. Mostly they've just they've consistently rolled the Vega risk down and kept it pretty flat, but I mean over the last month it's down, well, at least dealer Vega exposure on SPX is down like a few billion. Jimmy actually doesn't have any big FTDs until like the week of SLD. That's when all the big ETF FTDs are. It's got some every day until then, but they're pretty low. The QQQ pump is hilarious. It's gone from underperforming in the pre-market to outperforming. Yep. Hmm. I want to look for resistance here. I guess I crossed that. Oh, son of a bitch. Hmm. 30 years back under 5%. Ooh. Yes, testing 4263. Hmm. I wonder how important a failure here would be. 4250. 42, 4350. You expect a bounce soon? I mean, this was the bounce. The question is, do we get a continuation? This could fail. Although right now it looks pretty good. If it does, we could retest at least the high from this morning's bounce. Like 42, 45, 4250. I'm tired of buying calls. Well, if they make you money, then who cares? Did I hear you say that if we go below 4216? No, if we go below 4216, we're gonna pick up downside momentum. 4245 top? I mean, we'd see by the time we get there. This can still fail, Doric. As crazy as that sounds. Like if Vol picks back up again, we could lose this support. Yeah, 4240. I wish this market would behave. All right, QQQ's losing a little bit of its momentum. Well, NQ is. I'm sure QQQ also is. I'm just sitting here not doing anything. That's probably not a bad choice right now. Did Bulls fucking miss their shot? No way they lose 42.20, right? Well, if they do, they might be fucked. If they lose 42.20, Vol's gonna start to turn up. I don't know. I guess we'll see if they try to pump again. There's a little bit, but that might just be the gap. I'm gonna lose the wicks here because I don't think they're telling us anything. This has to retest 42.40. Like it has to. No, I don't disagree with you, Derek. But they keep fucking it up. They're having a bit of an issue with ES. There seems to be a lot of sell side at 42.65. How do you feel about CPB? I once heard you say they should do well in bad economic conditions. I mean, they did in 2022, but it's cheap right now. They probably would again, I would assume. Although without food inflation, there we go. There's a little pump. Dude, look at yields. They went down by like half. Close enough. Let me see if we're getting any call capitulation here. Not a ton. We're getting some call selling here. All right, nice. 42.49, 42.35. That's what I'm kind of trying to figure out. They got VIX back below 19. Put buying and call selling are picking up here. It's just gonna fail. Fucking NQ is almost back to green. That's nuts. Options. This is a 250. IV's 29. There we go. That's about. It's like right about where we want to see it, right? They still have some of the calls left. net. Back to 4250. See, I don't like that part. NQ green on the day. Yields are still up really high, so I don't think this is gonna last very long. Like equities are pumping, but yields really aren't giving up any ground. They were a little bit initially, but now it's, I mean, like the 10 and 20 are still both up 200 BPS. 30's almost up 200. 5 year and the 30 are up 186. The 10 and 20 are above 200. When calls sell, will we see a reversal or continue up? If calls capitulate, we'll reverse. Maybe I should not sell those. I could probably give you an idea on that. Yeah, the momentum's starting to fall off a little bit. May still have enough. There may still be enough momentum to fill the gap, though. Apple slipping. Dixie's almost back to red on the day. I think someone's selling dollars. I mean, yes. Is this a straddle rescue mission you mentioned? We'll find out, right? Either we'll get to the top of this and more calls will accumulate, or we'll get called capitulation, and then once they give up on their straddles, we can fail. That hedge just paid for my entire underwater put position. I love it. Nice, man. Is Nvidia gonna get slammed at 450? How close is it? Ooh, maybe. Yeah, if there's a lot of call sellers, it could. All right, let me see what's going on with the calls here. Put interest is falling off a little bit, but not much. Call interest is kind of flatlined. These pumps where the SPY blows through VWAP and never tests it on the breakout before going higher generally come back to VWAP. Yeah. Well, they're driven by like very short dated options, right? And like aggressive futures buying. So yeah, they tend to fail. The level to which it's going to fail is still an unknown, and there's more potential upside here. Not a lot, but a little bit. Yesterday, you were looking at Jimmy possibly doing something in a couple days. Did you ultimately dismiss that? No? But it's GME, so there's a chance it just doesn't do shit. There would be T+2 from now. So, like, next Monday or Tuesday. What's Jimmy doing? Oh, Jimmy's getting a little pump. I might get a position on it. We'll see. What's driving me crazy is things like NVIDIA are not illiquid. The swings do not make sense. Derivatives are fun. Do you know of a good software for automated options trading? No. IBKR has some stuff. We still have a bit of the gap left. Like I said, I'm not sure if they'll fail the gap fill. They still have a little bit of momentum. It's dwindling, but it's still there. This is the dumbest shit. This is fun. Do you talk about why a strong job report is bad? Is it because it implies more hikes? Or a longer time of elevated rates? Both. Missed a new billionaire? Oh shit. Debatable. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Is it illegal to make money on calls for some of you? That's a hard hump to get over, NW. Buying the position that you don't feel like, that's, some people really struggle with that. My whole Weeble layout just got reset and I had to rebuild it by hand. I almost rage quit trading over it. I've had that happen a couple times when it's updated. Just got out of a meeting, scalped the run up, but got stopped out. Do you think we continue up after the gap fill or free fall? Well, if we fail the gap fill, that's pretty fucking bearish, right? If the MM is just going to leave money on the table there, that's not so hot. But we'll see. Still chopping, and we're close enough to the gap that it can still fill. Like a quadruple bottom on 42.20. 42.22. Because it was written like 2 years ago. I just got out of the meeting, scalped the run up, but I got stopped out. Do you think we can see gap fill? Okay. Data bad, buy calls. When will I learn? I don't know. I don't know if I could sell a few of these for 3. No way. Could I? Out of the money calls. Yeah, call interest. So call interest isn't really picking up a lot out of the money. I think mostly calls are sold here. Yeah, it's looking like a lot of call selling, which makes sense. I'm selling calls while trying to. So they give me a fucking fill. So close. Okay, it's gonna start distributing, and they risk off calls. You degen, isn't it too early for bear calls here? They're pumping through the 70s. Eh. Could be. Haha. That shit still isn't filled. I don't like this market. Also, how the fuck is QQQ flat over the last week? God help me. Yeah, text something else, huh? Should I buy SPX 4350 0 DTE calls now? Still enough time to go in the money, right? Or too risky? 4350 0 DTEs? The disappointment formerly known as McChuggets. Are you fucking serious? Oh. All right. Where can I go long a put? Put. Holy fuck, those are expensive. Hmm. Maybe I could get this for like 880. Okay, that's not so bad. Vertical. No fucking liquidity on these at all. Still failed to fill the gap. Tech will undergo 15% expansion through a prolonged period of reduced demand. I know. Nice noms. With no data Monday, why not just hold it here into close? Hold it with what? I mean, they can try, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Any new call interests? No, not a lot. Some at like 270, but I think those are just sold. I think they're just selling the fuck out of calls and puts. Yeah, actually, that's kind of calmed down a little bit. So maybe the selling's leveling off a bit here. Buying back puts? Selling puts. Selling puts, buying back puts. Selling long puts? Can a video break 450? I'm asking for my 450, 55 bear calls. It could, yeah. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of call selling at 450 though. So you're definitely not alone in that position. It kind of feels like the ouchie downs are starting. We'll see. It has to break down a lot more before anything gets ouchy, but it's a start. VIX is picking up. That's a good sign. If we lose 4250, at least we could see a retest of 25. I don't know if the downside will have enough momentum on the second round to break through 4216. Like if we get another downside test of our low for today, I think it's really unlikely that we get a ton of momentum on it. This is a little more structured, but this looks pretty bearish if we lose like the 2 sigma average. Some decent volume on the sell-off here on the future side. Also, the failure to retest 4,300 on futures here is pretty bearish as well. It kind of looks like the second they stop pumping this, it's going straight down. Well, that's kind of true, right? Because the MM's selling the flat tape. Biden's speaking today. Do you think it will impact the market? It could. He's speaking on labor specifically. I don't think we'll break 4,200 today, beef. I'd be really surprised if we did. Is that thin yellow line on ES the 2 sigma line you speak of? Yeah, well, on the 5-minute it is. And we're finding support on it right now, which is annoying. Ooh. Mm-hmm. 60, 65, 70. And 50 and 55 are still shitloads of puts. And then if we fail 50, 30 or 15. Hmm. All right. How about back to 4220? It's possible. Need to fail 50 and 40 first. I'm gonna end up here for about an hour or so. Maybe longer. Hour and a half. Your bearishness has degraded significantly since market open. There's a better chance of a breakdown then. We already failed both of those, and they brought it back up. We only tested 46 on this. It feels like the whole stair steps up, elevator down thing has gotten reversed. Now it's just elevator up, elevator down. Yields are giving up a little ground right now, though. Dixie's still up, and yields are still up, but they are slipping a little. The 5 and 10 are below 200 BPS now. Hmm. It's another failure to fill the gap. Almost. Um, 330. There's the gap fill. Uh, Futures gap still isn't. Is there a gap there? That's close. 42.94.25 open. 42. Oh, there's a gap on futures at open. $42.94.25. 42.93.50. So 42.93.50 to 42.94.25. The 829, 830 candle, Varix. Look at the open close. And then the high Look at the open, close, and then the high for the next candle. There's a 25-cent gap. It's almost filled. SPY is green on the day. Oh, it's filled. Fuck. Oh, now it's more than. We go to 42.90? We'll find out here in a second. $42.75, which was at 23, 44, 60. We're still not filling those at 4. This is fucking nuts. This is at 72 now. They're going to start to squeeze out sold calls if we break 70 hard. This is going to fail. Well, it broke the upside of the bear flag, so that's not usually a good sign. Although it could. It could just be like a blow off top. I'm gonna sell my call straddles. This is why you keep your call hedge. I'm still gonna set a stop on them. SCX 4400 end of day. My 4350 put 4350s weren't a degen play after all. Yes, they are. You're still $100 out of the money. Hmm. Dollar's almost back to zero on the day. Oil's up 50 BPS. Bond futures are down 100. NQ up 42. Russell down. RSP. What's RSP doing? RSP's still negative. So this is all tech? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm wondering what the Biden speech will do now. What time is it at? Does anybody know? 11:30? Let me see if I can find it. Remarks on September jobs report and National Manufacturing Day. That's pretty directly speaking to what's happening today. Risk off before the Biden speech? There's no way he says anything bad about the job market, right? Hmm. Yeah, it's campaign season. I don't know if he, that's a good question, actually. He could comment on softening by the reserve. That would be bad. But he's only going to say good things about labor. White House, we expect U.S. job growth to cool. I don't see any statements. What's the source? I'm looking for their like the press statements from the White House. I don't see anything talking about job growth cooling. I guess I get some out of the money calls just in case, but some big pocketed bears are trying to top this on ES. Well, we'll see if they're successful. Is it bears or just MMs going like short? Still room to 75 though. We're pretty far from that right now. Oof. Okay. Filled back into the trend on ES. Interesting. Let's see if we fail 4290 though. Or if we just stabilize until the speech. Good job market means rates have room to rise to get things in check. Yeah. Yeah. So if the labor market remains strong, the Fed can do more. They can maintain a higher for longer policy, right? And unemployment wasn't up very much today either, or at all. It was just flat, I think, on the prior month. So that kind of means that the likelihood of a Fed rate increase in November goes up. If labor markets are stable, the Fed isn't going to be afraid of continuing to raise rates or afraid of holding rates higher. What do you think the market would do if Biden had a heart attack during his speech? Are you going to spook him? I was going to put a scary mascot on the audience and be like, oogly boogly. DM, DM, DM. Oh, okay. You found it. Thank you. Looks like it's a reflection on September. Okay. This was written this morning, and it's a blog. By who? Who wrote it? Faster than trend labor force growth. Growth likely reflects a persistently strong labor market. This just says a bunch of shit about the labor market being strong as fuck. There's only like one sentence that indicates any kind of cooling, and even that's questionable based on the data they're using. It seemed distributive before, and then we bounced another fucking $10. I'll believe in a breakdown when we start breaking down. Yeah, I found the link. Does it say anything about data-driven approaches or 2% goals? It doesn't really say anything about the Fed. It's just about higher than normal demand in the labor force or for labor. Yeah. And then kind of like some guidance at the end that at some time in the future they expect it to cool along with the business cycle. But the business cycle and the labor market cooling again are not bullish indicators. We had 5K last Friday, Monday. Gave it all back between Tuesday and today. Why are you taking... never mind. You're leveraging up on shit too hard. You don't need 5 puts. You need 1. And you need stops. You shouldn't be able to lose them that much money that fast. We keep expecting more downward moves, and it goes up without hedges and stops. Man, we fucking dropped below 4,200, and the bond vol market almost inverted. They're gonna defend 4,200 with every ounce of their being. They've compounded all of their risk across the entire upside of the chain at one fucking strike. They've rolled down their 4,400s, their 4,450s, their 4,425s, all of them into 4,200. I sold calls at the prior level. So like, I was selling calls when we were at like 42.55. Do you think a rate hike kills them? I think they definitely don't want the Fed policy to stay higher for longer. We've already had like a couple tiny banks fail. A bigger bank failed in England, Metro Bank. They started failing like yesterday. I think they're just shorting the fuck out of treasuries, hoping that the Fed stops fucking raising rates. Whoever was asking about a cat put, now seems like a good time. right after it bounces before it breaks the upside resistance or tests it even. Risky. That's charm positive. $22.72 ish. Oh, and it's negative again. Was that the 4,300 test? 4,308? And that's a reversal. Officially. Bet vol crushes after Joe talks. Maybe. Oh, is it starting? I don't know. Long call interest is starting to pick up a little bit here. We'll see. There's a put wall at 75. Breaking above ES 4,300 is pretty bullish though. A bounce was expected, but a bounce is expected more to like 4,250. The additional upside since then is not really expected. I mean, the data wasn't good, right? If we get 4,275, we're going to slip under VIX 18. If we go under VIX 18, I'm buying calls. Jobs are good. Jobs good is bad, though, because it means the Fed will do more. That's why we went down 100 BPS in like one candle. I expected 4,200 or 4,300 today, not both. Why did you keep selling more BCS on the stream account? Because I wanted to get the average up higher. Should have just sold that earlier. Son of a bitch. Hmm. We're at the prior gap, too. We're like right at the prior gap. If we go 15-minute, should be able to see it on the 15. There's no gap here. Why isn't it showing a gap here, but there's a gap? There's a gap here. $81 to $90. Shows up here. 80.38 to 88.60. I don't think he's even on yet. Oh, nope. Still not live. It's fucking right at the bottom of that. No fight back from bears? Not yet. Yeah, not yet. There's a little bit of put buying right now, but it's minuscule. I gotta hedge the upside risk here somehow. When do bulls take profits? Right now they're buying more calls. How did they get Dixie down 100 BPS so fast? I don't get it. Buying shitloads of bonds. I think it's like more than 100 BPS, right? From the top. Oh, not quite. 90? The crazy part is bonds are still up on the day. Well, Charm's positive here, so I don't think they're going to stop pushing unless they have to. How the fuck is the White House stream still not up? Is this a bear trap on SPX if it holds above the 200-day MA? On the daily? We never dropped below it. The 4 hour still looks pretty bearish. This is like the upper range here, so we'll see if we keep pushing. 4305. Maybe crossing like the 50 on the hourly. Both Biden to try to start the Zoom call himself. Seasonal low is in. Bears are dead. All right. Yeah, price is not seen since like last Wednesday. Was it even last Wednesday? Last Thursday? No, Monday. Draw some lines. There's resistances. It does. Yeah, that's correct. They're squeezing out all the short calls. This can't be sustainable today, right? I mean, yes, it fucking can. Yeah, VIX is back under 18. This is gonna dump the second Biden speaks. It could. Although I wouldn't bet on it. Any more than I have. That's the gap filled on the 15, right? Yeah. Mm. There's still more upside here. One more bump. Would you add to the Airbnb position? I'm probably not going to cut my hedge yet. If I get a a confirmed breakdown, then I'll cut my hedge and average. Biden hasn't started talking yet. We're not looking for a total sell-off, but what keeps us up here above 80, 85 level? Charm? No. It's right now the calls that are in the money. There's still a bit more range. I don't know if we're gonna get all of it, but there's still like another like $7 of range. What point in the day like today do you decide it's a full-on trend day versus a chance of reversal? When was the last time we had a full-on trend day? This is just incentivizing put buying. It's gonna start incentivizing put buying. It hasn't yet. Why all greed? Bounced and then just kept bouncing. Squeezed out all the short calls to the upside on the 0 DT. There's not a lot of long dated short calls here. Like, this range starts to die off. But right now there's still a fuck ton of calls on the short dated side. If we go out further, yeah, not much. Although a little bit of call interest there came in. That's interesting. It's gonna pump into CPI, PPI. No, this isn't distributive. This is just like a small pullback and more call buying. Would you say this trading environment is favored by the trader versus investor? I mean, volatility is relatively high, so it probably favors the trader more. Would you say this, what's this? Alright, I'm off to my 4-hour meeting. I hope to see us back at 42.25 when I return after market close. Thank you for the solid purple line. It's an important line. Is Jamie moving? Okay, nice. Tips. Ooh. Maybe it is time to go long GMA. What's Gamma Max? 2114. All right, that locks in. That locks in 500. I need to lock in 1,000 to cover the, well, a little less than 1,000 to cover the sold calls. 313. So it's 287. 187 times 10. We'll see if this keeps going up. At this point, I just want it to keep ripping. I think I'd be okay with that. I'd prefer down, but If it kept ripping, I could live with it. We've got 200 BPS from the bottom, right? Maybe not on SPX, but on futures we definitely do. If we break 4,300, this is going to rip even further. So be prepared for that. Like, if we break 4,300, we're going to go to, like, 4,310 or 15. Why do bulls get superpowers and everything has gone against them? They caught a bounce and they were able to squeeze out the shorts. Most of our price action from like 60 up has just been squeezing out short calls. There was a pretty decent chunk of like short calls from like 4260 all the way up through 4300. And if they squeeze out the 4300s here, they're gonna be able to push it even further. They also squeezed out all the short calls here. So this was like all call selling, and then they squeezed them out. Still no presser. Are we sure it was at 11:30? Or is that like Central Time or some shit? Is this MOASS? Kinda. Come on, $5 more. This is fucking crazy, man. Cool bear suit. Well, we opened the fucking day 100 BPS down. What do you want? You want me to keep the price down for you? Uh-huh. Yes, sell all your assets and full port puts for me, Gurk. Gross. Can it go crazy the other way? Like I said earlier, I wouldn't bet on it yet. There's still more short call interest to squeeze out. And once they've started squeezing them, they rarely stop. What's blowing my mind is that yields are now going up. Like, we've got equities like pumping to the moon on the back of rising yields. Well, that's my short calls paid for. Let's see if I can hedge off the rest. I'm gonna close this. October 20. Yeah. VIX is getting lower than when I bought it. Look at these fucking gaps. When are we gonna run out of liquidity? Puts are so expensive because this will probably mean revert to some degree. What the fuck? Dude, did my fucking options order just fill and the WeBull crashed? Shit, that better have closed. Okay, cool. What the fuck was that? So what are they? De-risk 4,300, 4275 now? Biden starts talking about strong jobs markets and we go back down? That was actually a blow off top. We blew through the top of the gamma for today. Of course there's short puts coming in for 4,200, Doric. Where do you sell your short puts? At least I hedged off the fucking call spreads. Do they have more juice to pump higher? I don't know. A shitload of calls just sold off there, so we'll see. 43.05 still pretty strong though. So it's 43.10 and 15. So they might. And yeah, someone's just buying 206 lots at market. Yeah, this is fucking nuts. The amount of momentum that picked up in that move is fucking crazy. Time for new puts now? Like I said, I'd still confirm a breakdown. Let me see where the bottom of the call interest is here. Below 290, it starts to slip a little bit. Like below 280, it starts to get a little bearish again. But you'd want to confirm that. Otherwise, we could just get like a whole another pump, right? FOMC Waller speaking soon. Now same but down. That would be cool. I'd like that. So anyway, I just sold a bunch of 4,300 calls for the end of October. Jesus. Gork, be good to my ex-wife. I'll do my best. Beef. Imagine like 500 BPS swing today. No. I'm not gonna... Don't fucking bet this is going down unless it starts actually going down. Like don't get greedy here and be like, oh, this is gonna turn around. It doesn't have to. The Bulls are actually in a very good they're in a better position than they've been for like 2 weeks. Too late. Can they realistically pump until CPI PPI? It's only like 3 days, right? I could see 43.50, or at least an attempt at 43.50 by then. After this shit. Why does nobody ever have a stop? And then I'm gonna listen to people complain all day. Blah boo. You think they'll take the opportunity to de-risk, or do you think they're actually mentally deficient? I don't know. Um, even yesterday they were still de-risking the 4,300, so they might take the opportunity. We'll see. I mean, we'll know if they de-risk a bunch, right? Because the market will just tank. Could this be a good 30 to 60 day put entry? I'd want to see if VIX goes a little lower, but it may be. Like VIX in this range, they could get VIX back to like 15. They fucking turned correlation around so goddamn hard. Look at this shit. Ooh. Hold on. See, VIX and VIX futures correlation is still getting higher. And they pulled it back a little bit, but not much. VIX is still up on the week. VIX is only down 4% today. You know, why is the market maker still overpricing puts so hard? Dork, look at the put prices, man. Correlation just turned back around. There's no way they let it move up as hard as it went down, though. Shit, bonded. Look at that. That's really interesting. Vol's gonna pick up here. I'm getting too old for this shit. Gherkin, when you said I should buy some out of the money call hedges, I got 3 4300s for one each and just covered all my Wonderwater, SPX, and QQQ puts. Hashtag so smart. Nice, man. Congratulations. Why would they have risked off yesterday and then pumped so hard today? Risk off is up. In this instance. So risk is to the downside. I guess this is when they say the market's irrational. I mean, fun? Fun as fuck? Biden's just waiting to speak till he gets the signal from the lobbyists. It's not the age, it's the mileage. Maybe. I only had one put get blown up on me, and I made it back with the call hedge, but it's got a little theta, October 20th. I'm strongly considering averaging down. Where's the point we confirm a breakdown? Really confirm it? 42.72. Can we lose the bips that were gained? I don't know. It depends on what VIX gets to. If we start losing a lot of ground here, they might be incentivized to de-risk short puts. That could accelerate downside if it were to happen. Yeah, so you sell the longer dated short put, you buy a bunch of 0 DTE calls. And then by doing that, what you do is you squeeze out short positions because the volatility on them drops, right? So you wreck the premium on the put side, and then the in the money puts will start to close because you're shorting vol. No, Biden hasn't spoken yet. I thought it was supposed to start at 11:30, but maybe somebody was in like Central Time or something. I could check. No, it's supposed to start at 11:30. Why is Bob saying he spoke already? I don't know. I'm watching the fucking stream right now. There's no one. There's no one here. Long term wise, it's a great opportunity for longer dated puts, with everything back to what it was before the larger drop last week. No, because we're in a range where we can get longer dated call accumulation, and if we do, we can pump higher. And it looks like there's already some building in the like 43.30 range. And some more picking up like 43.75, 4400. What if VIX goes to 15? What happens to your longer dated puts? Well, I gotta see what I didn't get stopped out of today, but I'm sure I got stopped out of some already. The Novembers? Depends on where we go. I bought those when VIX was still lower, so lower, at least lower than we're at right now. I bought those at like VIX 16. So I'll see where we end up, and then I'll either average them down or close them. Not your puts, but you said your puts. Oh. Lost 2,500 on Nvidia today because my phone crashed after getting logged out of TOS. I'm currently away from the desktop. I need to sleep that one off for sure. That fucking sucks. The stream title was misleading. It's a bear suit. I fucked around enough today. Monday's gonna be more neutral strats and taking smaller, more consistent gains. Are you gonna say the same thing if we drop to 42.25 before close, Carl? Well, we're green 1% now. We were down 1% when I started the stream. We actually went down even more after the stream started. Then we bounced, and then me and Dork were like, this is going to bounce to like 42.45 or 42.50. And then it bounced to 42.44, 42.45 and 42.50. Then it fucking ripped to 4,300. Biden speaking? Oh, shit.
In previous recoveries and left behind for too long. We have the highest share of working age Americans in the workforce in 20 years. It's no accident. It's Bidenomics. We're growing the economy from the middle out, the bottom up, not the top down. And inflation is coming down.
Is he saying robust things about the job market?
Percent since last summer. Core inflation was just 2.2%.
I'm turning it up.
Over the past 3 months. And now we have the lowest inflation of any major economy in the world. Today, we're celebrating National Manufacturing Day. We didn't name it that. It was already National Manufacturing Day, but it seems appropriate. I can think of no better way to mark the occasion than to thank the 13 million Americans who are in manufacturing jobs as we speak. They're restoring our pride, making things in America. And today, I want to highlight that of those 13 million manufacturing jobs, 815,000 of those jobs were created since I took office, twice as many as the previous administration. And report what we learned earlier this week, that spending on construction for new factories being built to generate more economic growth and jobs hit an all-time high last month. Folks, Bidenomics is about investing in America and investing in American workers. And businesses are investing more in manufacturing than ever before. We're bringing the supply chains home. Before the pandemic, supply chains was a phrase most people didn't even associate with, didn't think much about. But today, after a few delays in availability of parts and products everyone has known about, they know why it's so important. My economic plan is bringing supply chains home and investing in industries of the future so we can make things in America again with American workers. We're creating good jobs, in communities all across the country, including in places that have been left behind for the last, in some cases, 20 years. Because the factories they used to work at for years and years shut down, leaving them with no options, no jobs in that community, all over the Midwest and all over the Northeast. That under Bidenomics, you won't have to leave home now to get a good job. I don't know how many times I heard and out on the road people saying, my kid came up to me, got a decent education in the state, came up to me and said, Mom, I got to leave. No jobs, no jobs. Well, you're going to be able to find a good job close to home more and more all across America. We're also making sure the jobs we're creating offer workers a free and fair right, if they choose, to join a union, to form a union. Bidenomics is leading to surge in unionized workers exercising their collective bargaining rights. For example, our clean school bus program under the bipartisan infrastructure law is replacing dirty diesel buses with clean electric buses so children getting on and off those buses can breathe clean air, not diesel fuel. We're encouraging the companies building those buses to allow their employees to unionize if the employees choose. And it's working. We saw in Georgia when workers at Bluebird, the electric school bus manufacturing company that's receiving federal funds, voted to unionize because that was their choice. The Treasury Department laid out recently in a major report that unions and collective bargaining are good for the economy overall. They help raise wages not only for the workers in that factory, but for everyone, whether or not they're a union, whether or not you belong to a union. And they also increase, corporate growth. And today's job report is just another example of what it looks like when we focus on building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, while bringing deficits down at the same time. You know, just this summer, I signed a strong bipartisan law where I shook hands with a former speaker, and we passed in the House and the Senate as well, to cut spending by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Unfortunately, last weekend, Republican House members decided they were going to put that progress in jeopardy. Instead of honoring that commitment they made, they once again brought us to the brink of a government shutdown, creating unnecessary instability and risk in order to secure more extreme cuts in programs that help working Americans and seniors. Cuts that would have hurt everyone from hurt U.S. manufacturing, that would have stymied the pay of military people, a whole range of things. They tried cutting funding by 30% for small businesses, which are growing under our administration, for local manufacturers, for manufacturing extension partnership program that helps small and medium-sized manufacturers attract and train workers and grow their businesses. But we stopped them. Quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of Republicans in the House saying they want to cut the deficit, when all they really want to do is once again cut taxes for the very wealthy and big corporations, which will only add to the deficit. When I was able to cut the federal debt by $1.7 trillion over that first 2 years, well, remember what we were talking about. Those 50 corporations that made $40 billion weren't paying a penny in taxes. Well, guess what? We made them pay 30%, 15% in taxes, 15%. Nowhere near what they should pay. And guess what? We're able to pay for everything, and we end up with an actual surplus. You know, it's not what the economy needs right now, more tax cuts for the wealthy. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We've cut the deficit by over $1 trillion since we've taken office. Laws that I sign will cut it by another $1 trillion over the next 10 years. And my budget would cut it by another $2.5 trillion over 10 years. Here's the deal. The federal debt went up by 50% under my predecessor, in part because he passed a $2 trillion tax cut overwhelmingly skewed to the very wealthy and large corporations. I believe we should be reducing the deficit by making sure that the wealthy and large corporations just pay their fair share. I'm not going to pay 90%. Just pay their fair share. By cutting wasteful spending on special interests like big oil, all the money they made and paid so little in taxes.
Just hit
Big
me
Pharma,
up, Gaff. We'll get you
same
fitted
thing.
for one.
You know, we just gave the American public a real gift in terms of, not a gift, but fairness in terms of what they have to pay for insulin and what they're going to have to pay for other things. Well, guess what? That also cut the federal debt. cut the federal debt. For example, there are over 1,000 billionaires in this country. And I know you're going to hear me say this until I'm able to change it. You know what their average rate of pay, the federal tax rate is? 8%. 8%. I think you should be able to be a trillionaire, a billionaire, a zillionaire if you want, but pay your taxes for God's sake. Pay some fair, something approaching a fair tax. That's less than a teacher or a firefighter or a cop pays in their taxes. It's just wrong. Look, House Republicans shouldn't put us back in a crisis mode again. We have only 40 days for Congress to get back to work. They're on the same House Republicans on recess now, to fund the government, avoid a shutdown, and protect the tremendous gains American workers have made over the past 2.5 years. Shutdown would mean troops don't get paid. Air traffic controllers wouldn't get paid. There'd be all kinds of problems at airports. Loans to small businesses would be delayed, and closing some of them. It's time to stop fooling around. House Republicans, it's time for you to do your job. Continue our progress, growing the economy, investing in America, investing in the American people. So let's get to work for the American people. They're waiting and they're watching. We got to get to work. Thank you all very much.
What are the prospects for a meeting between you and President Xi of China in San Francisco next month?
There has been no such meeting set up, but it is a possibility.
Mr. President, former President Trump endorsed Congressman Jim Jordan for House Speaker. Could you see yourself working with Congressman Jordan if he is the next Speaker? And do you have any concerns about who might fill that position?
Look, whomever the House Speaker is, I'm going to try to work with. They control half the Congress, and I'm going to try to work with them. There's some people I imagine it's going to be easier to work with than others, but whoever the Speaker is, I'll try to work with.
Mr. President, can you be specific about what you did to try to reappropriate those border funds, especially when Democrats controlled both chambers of Congress?
The wall thing? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they passed. Well, I was told that I had no choice, that Congress passes legislation to build something, whether it's an aircraft carrier, a wall, or provide for a tax cut. I can't say I don't like it, I'm not going to do it if it hadn't been vetoed, if it's a law.
You said that you tried to reappropriate the funds, so.
Yes, we tried to ask the Congress to consider changing the law to reappropriate, say, don't use it for other purposes. Give me more border agents. Give me more technical capabilities to detect fentanyl and the like. That's what I wanted to do.
Mr. President, you started your remarks here today by saying it was good news today with the economic report. Why do you think most people still don't feel positive or feel good news about the economy?
Well, first of all, you just heard the news today, too. They haven't heard it. I think the people, those 300+ thousand people who got jobs, feel better about the economy. Look, I got to choose my words here. You all are not the happiest people in the world, what you report. And I mean it sincerely. It gets you get more legs when you're reporting something that's negative. I don't mean you're picking on me, or I'm just the nature of things. You turn on the television, and there's not a whole lot about boy saves dog as he swims in the lake, to say, it's about, somebody pushed the dog in the lake. I mean, I get it, but if you just listen
Is
to
he
what's
getting
going on
McConnell
around
right
the
now?
world, there's reason for people to be concerned. There's reason for people to be concerned what's going on in Russia. There's reason to be concerned about what's going on in other parts of the world. I think
Fuck, that was close.
the American people are smart as hell and know what their interests are. I think they know.
No.
They're better
You
off
overestimate
financially than
them,
they were
sir.
before. It's a fact. And all that data, all that polling stuff.
Technical difficulties?
Anyway.
Why are you not legally trying to challenge border wall construction?
Are you going to wait till they're
All right. Yeah, fuck it. I'll vote for you, Carl. I mean, I don't think it was just chat, Lawrence. I think the majority of American people voted for that guy. It's not like we had a choice. I didn't vote at all. I mean, you did. Yeah, but it was shitty. It was just two shitty choices. Like every presidential election. I voted for Kanye. I voted for my cat's asshole. That would have been a better winner. Fluffy aggressively timing out the entire chat. Who was that girl to the right of Biden flailing her arms? That was the ASL translator, Bipolar Bear. Yeah, but when you vote for the third party, you're just voting for whoever wins, right? What is Bidenomics? Americans feeling proud about their underpriced labor. That's why we need rank choice, yes, no contracts. At least Fluffy's timing out everyone equally on both sides of the aisle. Excellent. Bidenomics has something to do with dogs and lakes and the amount of dogs in lakes versus the amount of dogs not in lakes. I mean, I think I understand what he was getting at, but his path to that comment was winding. You're really quiet. What are you thinking? I'm thinking I'm going to be really pissed if this breaks down. Can we double you now? Tax the rich, more hikes, sticky inflation. Believe it or not, bullish. Don't worry, when inflation comes out hot as fuck next week, they're going to be like, it's okay, oil's down a little bit, even though it's still additive. No sound on YouTube? Have you tried unmuting me? Everyone else can hear me. Where's the Latino representation? Not on the fucking Fed board, that's for sure. Narrator, he did not in fact choose his words wisely. How do you know? Bullshit, Carl. Refresh the stream. He alluded to if it bleeds, it leads by contrasting it to a dog jumping in a lake, and it was classy. No, I'd rather just project my problems onto you. Why didn't you set tighter stops for me, huh? Fuck you, Carl. Oh, more tech pump? We're just gonna sit here for the rest of the day. This is such bullshit. I hate the market. What's this? Ooh, goodies. Wait, those are old goodies. Never mind. Why are yields still going up? If everything's better, why yields up? Now mute your mic to fuck with everybody. He talked unions and taxing the rich. Did he want a market dump? I don't know. I don't know how much he cares about anything. Are you trying to drum up support for 5% of the American public's votes in a YouTube chat, Alan? With 500 people in it? There's so many dirt cheap 0 DTE pits after that pump. Let's mean revert back to 4250. I wouldn't call puts cheap right now. But maybe. It's 1243. Yeah, it's definitely a maybe, maybe not. It seems unlikely we see the underside of 4275 today. Simply because the call interest is here to support the price. I feel like the market maker's probably pretty content right now. I mean, the MM is what the MM deleveraging drives the pump, right? That's what happens in a negative gamma environment. So on the downside, the MM's selling. On the upside, they're buying, or well, going long delta, short Vega. When do you see this falling back to, if anything, 4280? I don't know if we're gonna fail. Like I don't know if that's something that's gonna happen today. It's not that the interest isn't there, right? Because it all got fucking blown out. But I mean, there's call interest here at the money, supporting the price. Can you get a sign on a cash secured put that was out of the money, but went into the money in after hours? Yes. You can get assigned on a cash secured put when it's out of the money. It's rare, but it can happen. No, I don't think B of A is involved in a lot of market making activities. And the SPX doesn't have a single market maker. What's your obsession with Bank of America? That's like borderline conspiratorial. No, you know, it just is. It's not borderline anything. We're ripping into CPI next week, then rip to 4,500. How's this not crime? Thanks for everything. Wait, rip into CPI, then rip to 4,500? I don't think CPI is going to be very good. Overdraft fees PTSD is real? I saw you tag Pyrex77, Lawrence. We're just going to trade here for the rest of the day. Or blow out more at end of day. But why? What do you mean, but why? Ooh. Check out Poots. What about him? Kinda cheap. No shit. Do we get more push to 4310, 15, or is 4300 the top for today? Good question. One second. Yeah, volume above 4300 doesn't look particularly strong. But the gamma flip points moved down to 43.1750. So there may be a push for that if they can get the leverage. Right now, I would say bears are still being kind of greedy and selling puts above 43 or selling calls above 4,300. Just a delivery. Do you have a doorbell that sounds like people knocking? Or everyone just knocks 3 times? I don't know. I think the like UPS guy that comes to our building just knocks 3 times. And he's here 3 days a week. Maybe. I never really counted his knocks before. Is it always 3? 3 seems like a... Yeah, that seems like a reasonable number of knocks. I put in a ridiculous limit order for 42.85. Some of the in-the-money calls are taking profits. There's 42.70 sold calls that never closed on the pump. What's my max loss on this again? Was it 18? I think I got out of the 2 calls better than that. Got 3. Okay, that's cool. At least the calls covered it a bit. I nailed the top on that fucking call hedge. Well, at least so far. The girl across the hall hasn't even created her own knock. So I was wondering, what if she knocks? I think she usually rings the little buzzer thing. Someone on stream noticing how many knocks it takes you to answer your door is slightly frightening. They think they target that gap from 20 to 21 September. We filled the nearer term gap that was here. From October 3rd. This one? That's pretty far away still. Maybe. Today's price action. Fucking crazy. Holy shit. So ES bounced 200 BPS from the low today. 230 at the peak. Feels like they're shorting VIX on the drop. It could be call selling too. What do you use to watch yields? I'm just watching them on TradingView. Dixie down 4 BPS on the week right now. Correlation's falling off again, which makes me think they're going to pump tech one more time. Or maybe not. 1 month correlation's picking up. 3 month correlation's breaking down, but VIX is pushing down still. Hmm. Reversal? 260? 4260 end of day? I'm gonna start averaging into cold calls. You think nat gas is gonna go down more? What's Henry Hub at? Just hit $3 today. Fuck, nat gas is up 5% today. How is any of this bullish? You mean cold puts or boil calls? Are there any more short calls left to squeeze? Nothing short dated. Most of the short dated shit got squeezed out already. Well, actually, I should rephrase that. A lot of it didn't get squeezed out. They're just still there. Some of it got squeezed out. But like there's like 4280s and 90s and 70s that just didn't move. Like they didn't close. They're just underwater. You've been warning us about increased intraday volatility. Yeah, I know. But there's still a difference between being like, well, this could happen and we're gonna have, you know, more bounces and they're gonna be crazier, and then them actually happening and being crazy, right? I think it's too early to say if it'll break back down at the end of the day. Although it's probably topping out now. I mean, figure out a risk limit. If you're 260.55, I mean you're up still, right? A little bit. That's the fun part, Greg. None of it's bullish. I know. But bullish, like the economy doing well or not has very little to do with positioning on indexes, right? Please remind everyone that SPX is European style, not American. I hope they know. Either side just waiting to see who capitulates first. Maybe. I don't I mean if the sold calls are like spreads, they're just not gonna, like, I have spreads open, I'm not gonna do anything with them, right? I'm not gonna sell them. Just sit on them, right? Once they're buried, they're buried. There's fucking no point in closing them out. Closing them out. Ugh. Excuse me. How long until all-time highs? Later today or in the next couple of weeks? I don't think we're going back to all-time highs. What happened, Pterodactyl? You've been saying ridiculously bullish things all day. What's going on, man? Are the gherks okay? I ordered some European swimwear on the internet, and it's vastly different. Than the American swimwear I currently own. In what manner? They're converting me? I see that there's no scenario in which the Bulls lose. What if I told you that there's just no Bears? There's like a few, but not a lot. There being no bears is perhaps the single most bearish thing anyone could say. I mean, look at the stability of our downside, right? Like nothing ever breaks risk before they've retreated. Like it's just like longs pulling back because economic conditions are changing, right? But there's not like, I mean, like we don't get surges. We're not getting like surges of like zero DTE put buying, right? Unless it's the, you know, MM or retail. Like any institutions that are long are just sitting, right? They can just sit here and they can slowly bleed off their long positions. And the only people with any risk are put sellers. And so far they've defended that risk really well. I mean, if you consider the entirety of our downside over the last couple of months, they've just walked it down from one risk level to the next. But we've never really blown anything up, and no, we've never blown up any major risk levels. They always deleverage them, and then they let it drop. So the bulls will get the soft landing, or something breaks. Things are starting to break a little bit. That's why the bulls are pulling back more and more risk, right? Any downside is just repositioning for bulls to take advantage of. That's always true, though. Like, any time in the market's history, all downsides are taken advantage of. I mean, we would, if we didn't have zero DTs, we probably wouldn't have like 200 BPS 15-minute rips, but they still happened before zero DTs existed. They were just much more rare than they are now. Should we assume more pumps after 2 p.m. when calls are cheaper? Maybe. We'll see how long this stays stabilized above 42.90. Still think we see 41.30 today? No. What? When the fuck did I say we were gonna see? I said yesterday we weren't gonna see 41.30 today. And the day before that. We failed to break 4,200 far too often. I'm working off Sunday's data. I feel like it should dump, but if I've learned anything about this market, it's that all downs can be erased in seconds with no resistance. Yeah. We're gonna have a hot CPI print. The price will go down that day, and then the next day will go even higher than we started. Okay. And then the next week we go down again. I mean, it's not like the trend over time is bullish here, right? Like, don't you think you're being like, I mean, just a little overly enthusiastic? It's like, this is where we were when things were bullish. This is where we are now. I'm not saying we can't move up. We could. I don't think like 350 or 4400's out of the question. Right? Like even just like a bounce back to trend. So like 4425, right? But because that is possible. But to assume that like we've reversed the drop on a what is essentially just a recovery to like Monday's high. I don't know about that. Like we're just getting a flat week here, right? There's no way going into election things will be bearish. The market crashed right before an election in 08. What? That doesn't even make sense. How would you know if a market crash is starting or it's just surprise drop instantly? Basically, it just starts gapping down overnight. We start getting a lot of selling during the after hours. And then you look and you're like, wow, this has sold off a fucking lot over the last 3 days. And then one day it opens and it's down like 500 BPS. Bonds are creeping up. Dixie trying to claw back. Bullish. Of course it happens after hours. After the first big gap down, would you close out puts and reposition or let them ride for further gap downs over the next few weeks? I'd probably reposition some and take profits. I mean, I don't think we need to talk about that right now. But yeah, you would definitely take some profits if you have like a massive overnight move like that. Because there's a really fine line between like a steep correction and that turning into a crash, right? Retest 43. VIX down 1750 now. Almost 1750. Sporadic SPX pumpies change Airbnb at all? Or is that inconsequential given the amount of theta? I think it's kind of inconsequential, but you could hedge the upside if the market's moving against your position. That's what I did. So far it's been an okay plan. It's part of the S&P, so you can expect it to bounce if the S&P bounces hard. I didn't have any plans to sell it. That's AP Moeller, right? Yeah. I didn't have any plans to sell it. I was just gonna hold on to it. I thought I got a pretty good price. I think the dividend will be a little worse this coming year, but after the first big gap down, would you close out puts and reposition or let them ride for further gap downs? Okay, I already answered that. You got any plans? No. If not for PDT, would you have already closed the underwater SPX BCS? Yeah. I could only close one position today, and I ended up using that to close my call hedge. I closed out one of the BCS, but the other was already too far gone. That one's like 0 DTE. Is it possible to synthetically short treasuries? Yeah. Yields retreat, Reuters checks yields. Yeah, they're up. They're up, but they're down from where they were this morning, right? Yen pressure's picking up again. 40. Why is yen up so high? 149.28. Dixie's at 106. What the fuck? Dixie just keeps dropping today, despite yields being up. Have bulls secured the range for today? They're in a pretty good position, yeah. Unless they sell off, I don't think there's any downside. Not substantial downside. So bulls can just get out of their risk at 4,200 pretty easily now. They could start de-risking it, yeah. I think the real question here is, are they going to start de-risking 4,200? Or are they going to start building risk at 4,300 again? And if we see them start building risk at 4,300 again, that's going to mean more ups. Oh shit. One sec. Are there any long calls coming in today, or is this all just zero DTE? There are. There are long calls coming in. It's pretty decent call positioning coming in up to like 43. I actually don't know if the 4375s are sold or bought, but 75 and 4400 have some interest picking up. Longer dated, yeah. Looks like. Let me see if I can find out which dates. Give me a second. A little bit for next Wednesday. And some for Tuesday, Wednesday before SLD. Those seem to be the higher concentrations. Let's see. Next, so a bunch of calls for next Friday. So Wednesday, Friday, Wednesday, Friday. So out into OPEX. October OPEX. Call interest to the upside doesn't really die off till after 43.15 here. So I might have $5 more. Does today's Six Sigma job beat reinflate the strong labor, strong economy narrative for the Bulls and Tom Lee? Yeah, but it doesn't get rid of the higher for longer narrative. We'll see if the news articles change over the weekend or Bulls are bullish on labor again. But it doesn't really matter, right? Well, I'm still green on the week. I took a beating today. Stepped out for a meeting. My stops got jumped. I came back and panic closed my puts. I did okay with some zero DTEs. Yeah, that's about how today went. Do financial indicators even matter when they can pump the market so effectively? They were able to pump the market effectively today, but they haven't been able to pump the market effectively for the last 3 weeks. So, yes. Yeah, we could bounce. We double bottomed off of the long-term trend, so I think the possibility of a continuation of this bounce is high. I'm trying to be really clear about that. Am I not? Am I not being clear? Later renew. So what you're saying is blame Carl for this bounce because he didn't quit enough jobs. Maybe. Might have to deal with an entire. I hope this drops at the end of the day so I don't have to listen to an entire weekend of people pissy they didn't set stops. Or blatantly refuse to buy calls on a 200 BPS move from the bottom. I don't know which one's worse. You could have bought calls any 50 BPS increment today and made like 300% or 400%. I cut my call hedge at 305. I wasn't gonna risk not being able to cover the loss if it fell. And Biden hadn't spoken yet, and who the fuck knew what he was gonna say. I'm very happy to report that I mitigated losses today with those calls. Good. That's all you can do, right? Like, you can't stop them from coming in and buying billions of dollars of everything. Like, shit's just gonna happen. That's part of this. But the data, and we're bad traders. Well, the realization of the data happened from the pre-market into market open, right? Like the bad data by 10 a.m. this morning was priced in. What happens after that is either you get profit taking on everybody who just made a shitload of money on puts, or you get a continuation and people want to make even more money on puts. We started bouncing. I feel like that was the earlier bounce was to like 44.40 or 42.40 was a pretty good fucking indication that we were going to bounce. The continuation of that bounce, yes, it's ridiculous, but that just happens, right? Like you get momentum and it just keeps going. I cut my losses today, 330, 230. Bought 4315 C's, 3x when SPX at 4300. Crazy day. Well, I'm glad to hear that some of you guys got calls on the upside. Although I can tell from some of the things that people are saying that they didn't How much more crazy bounce momentum do we get? I mean, at this point, I think it's just like how much more call buying occurs, right? Like if calls keep getting bought in this range, we're just gonna keep grinding up. There's a little bit of interest at 15, and then call interest kind of falls off a bit at 20. And then there's more interest at 25 and 30. Which brings us back to the trading range we were in going into Monday, where 43, 30, 43, 40 are like the upside, which would be like ES. It's like roughly ES 4367. Yeah, 4367. We're almost at ES 4350. So that would be a point at which we could see a failure. If there's sellers there, but I doubt there are. I woke up this morning and decided to hedge my puts with more puts. Oh boy. That's not how you hedge puts. So you were lying when you said if this goes above 4,300, it could go to 4,310, 4,315. You should have said it will. Why? Why would I say it will? We never hear the bull song anymore. I'm not bullish, though. I mean, like, I'll buy calls and make money on the upside, but I'm still not bullish. I don't want to shame or diss our friends, but I don't know where the perma bears are coming from. I'm having an almost 5K day, and I bought both sides, both ways. Keep up the amazing work. Windmill Willie. Thanks, Willie. I don't want people to lose money, but you gotta fucking set stops and take profits. And you gotta hedge. I mean, that's just the name of this game. You can't let the market move fucking 50 BPS against you and just do nothing about it. And I really didn't want to hedge the upside today, but even I was like, VIX goes below 18, I'm fucking buying calls. And I did, and they paid out pretty well. Also, congratulations, Willie. I sold my hedge when it moved 50 BPS against me. There was somebody this morning at like the very bottom who was like, should I sell my call hedge? And I was like, that seems like a bad fucking idea. But conviction? Yeah. I mean, if you fucking held through yesterday's close at 4260 and we fucking opened at, 4220, you made money, right? But that's it. Like, you guys want every fucking downside move to be a market crash, and that's gonna just lose people money. Stop doing that. Take some money when you get it. You know, you can leave some runners, but make sure you take some profits, and then hedge your upside. And like we do all week, we didn't even have to hedge close to the money, right? They just needed 42.75. So it was like you could have just like thrown away money on fucking 42.75 calls and just kept taking profits on puts. And then if it ran, awesome, you make money on your calls. But for like the last 2 weeks, we haven't really had to hedge near the money. It's not like it's expensive or anything. You could have opened like 42.75, 4,300 debit spreads for like October 20th for like a few bucks. I'm happy to report the McDonald's 280p I wanted to buy for realsies would have made a good amount of money. My hedge was 42.95. They were cheap yesterday. How are they today? No, we're not above delta neutral. Although delta neutral will have moved down substantially after this. I think delta neutral right now is at like 43.75, which we should presume is, if this continues and doesn't fail into the latter half of the day, we should presume that that's the target. At a minimum, that's the target. So ups until the latter part of next week, I think we're making a case for that. Yeah, I'm still gonna carry some puts because I mean yields are still skyrocketing. The dollar's up and inflation is still bad, right? That's not 43.75 today though, right? No, I still think like our top range for today is like what, 43 at most, like 43.32, and that's only if we keep pumping from here. We can fail the 43.15 test. If we break 43.15, we might get 25.30. So keep an eye out for it. I mean, if we get continued call accumulation into the latter half of the day, then maybe. There's not a lot of call volume right now, so there's not a lot of extra buying going on just yet. They built out a ladder real fast today, though. It's not a very long dated one, but it's built out nonetheless. I took profit on all but 2 of my puts. I almost did the exact bottom. So what are you so upset about? You just want the market to crash and it's not doing it? Or just the other 2 puts? I just hate bulls. I hate the so I don't hate bulls. I hate the idea that our economy is where it is and that there are people that are still bullish, right? but just steal their money. Like, if they're gonna pump to de-risk, we know what their levels are. We know they have risk at 4350. We know they have risk at 4400. We know where delta neutral is. We know what they're gonna target. So let them fucking be bullish. Let them buy the dip, and then they'll run out of liquidity and fail again, right? But don't get locked into anything. That like laser focus on it just all going your way is gonna lose you money. So respecting ups for a while, would you hold puts as opposed to cutting them and then re-entering? And most of my puts are out until November, so probably I'll probably average them down if I get VIX pricing where I want it. VIX is up from where I bought like my Vegas stuff. If that starts getting, I'll wait out Monday for that. If that starts really looking like VIX is gonna collapse again, then I'll cut the Vegas stuff. It's all still up like 20-30%. It was up more at the bottom today, obviously, but it's still up. But yeah, if that gets down to like 10%, I'll probably cut it and then wait to reposition. But this can all still fail. Like we're not yet at a place where this is like guaranteed to continue going up. They're definitely trying to get it to. No problem, Chungus. This 2-week period has just improved your ability to predict their actions based on Greeks. Yeah, we've been doing pretty good in figuring out where they're going and what they're doing. I don't know if that's currently just a byproduct of how positioning is structured right now, but I will say on big crazy pumps like this, we're only a few minutes ahead of the curve, which is tight, right? My issue is largely in the fact that I have a good job and my buying power is diminishing. Working and expecting to be able to survive in the US is being stolen from us. The oligarchs run the show, and the only way out from under their heels is blood, if even that. Yeah. I mean, I know for a year I've sounded like a crazy person being like, this is all gonna go down, and it will, right? There's nothing coming in to save the economy from what's already happened, and everybody under the 1% is gonna feel it far harder than the 1% will, right? But I don't know if that's something you can change, right? You can only just better your own lot. We could try, everyone together, but how? It's not like we're gonna lead a revolution from the 500 people gambling on stocks in here, right? The Bears got squeezed out of short-dated shit. They also took profits, which didn't help. I tried to take profits on my puts. I had a trigger of 42.20. It triggered. Then my stop got gapped over, and by the time I came back, we were testing 42.50. Not awesome. That sucks. Have you considered, has anybody considered, like, everybody talking about getting gapped over on stops on SPX. Have you considered accepting the slippage and just using market stops? Like, yeah, you might lose $100 here or there, but if you're up thousands on the contract, right? Couldn't a case be made that all of that is already priced in, but it's not, right? Like there's a pricing disagreement. There's inefficiencies between the bond and equity markets. So the bond markets are pricing all of that in. Equity markets are not. My only hope is that you're right and we do see a huge correction or crash, and from that breaking point is met and we reform governance to actually fix what's broken. Well, we didn't during COVID. Although people didn't really have a lot of agency to create any change during that time. We didn't, right? The demand is there, right? It's picking up. People are demanding higher wages. They're demanding, you know, more. And so it's a good start. You can lose a lot of money, but I mean, if you're walking away with like a 50-cent limit, your chances of getting gapped over are really high. I use market orders for scalping all the time because limits would just get, like, you'd get fucked, right? What do you mean? Forward PE at 28 while interest rates are at highs not seen for the last 15 years is absolutely indicative of the correct outcome being priced in. Start a commune based on bartering? Gross. That's some filthy hippie shit, Popcorn. For the last year, average SPX intraday range is $49.56. It's pretty awesome. There's not gonna be blood in the streets. People need to chill. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get that bad. I wasn't gonna live in the commune. I like my things too much. Also, is quartz built-in sink worth it over stainless? Probably, yeah. That's so much nicer. Think of walking up to that sink every day and it just being like a thin piece of stainless steel that makes that annoying sound when you turn your faucet on. Blood in the streets, traitor in the sheets. Do you expect us to drop today? If we get some call profit taking, we might, but not really. Just because you lost some money buying puts at the bottom today doesn't warrant actual violence. I don't think anyone was choosing violence, man. He was just saying he doesn't see any effective change being made without violence. Which is probably true and terrible. Wrong, full reversal to spot. I mean, that'd be really cool. Where does call profit taking put us? If we lost 42.90, we could start to gain downside momentum. Puts are really cheap right now, but there's not a lot of time, so we would need like a hard sell off to even move back to under like charm, right? Unadjusted September total payrolls up 585K. Private payrolls down 399K. And government added 984,000 jobs, mostly teachers. Huh. All change is born off the back of violence. Usually, yeah, that's kind of historically accurate. Jesus, I was just thinking a move back to 42.95 or something. That's possible. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. But right now, like, the calls are complacent. They don't have any reason to take profits. So unless there's a big shift in like dollar value or yields spike up really hard again, I don't think this is going to fall off too hard. That's a flimsy line. I'm not saying I'd do it, but this should happen. This is how we get flat earthers in the chat. I disagree. Do bulls realize their thesis hinges on wealth being further concentrated and lower class standard of living declining precipitously over the next 5 years, and them being okay with it? I mean, probably, yeah. They've definitely got more money than the bear thesis, which is the rich people lose a bunch of money. If I know anything about America, people are going to try to get theirs and not be willing, on average, to do things that also help others. Only way a revolution happens is when it's all broken. I don't. Revolution's a bit far-fetched. People are getting very philosophical about the market bounce. I realize I don't know when to hedge because I always expect losing trends to reverse. Any advice on judging trends, moving averages, decreasing volume? You could use moving averages. I mean, they give you a rough idea over time. Decreasing volume implies consolidation. But consolidation doesn't always beget a reversal. It can just be part of a continuation. We're not at a time where violence will result in positive change for lower classes. I mean, at best, violence just creates a power vacuum, right? And then whatever happens after that isn't necessarily positive. Actually, historically, it's not positive. Very, very few revolutions have found themselves living in the utopia that they planned. Have you read Ray Dalio's book? Yeah, it's like a manifesto preparing rich people for war. Being a bull at this stage means that you want a very small consortium of companies controlling a majority of economic activity, and for a transition to bourgeois proletariat society. I mean, being a bull at this point, it's worse than that, right? It's ignoring it's kind of ignoring the fact that the rest of the economy is made up by companies that provide essential goods, and just plowing all of the available capital into companies that effectively do nothing. Yeah, I don't want to get killed. I would definitely get got in a uprising of the poors. I mean, like, I'll lock my door, but why is there no reason to take profits here by bulls? SPX options are cash settled. But we know you always answer on 3 knocks. It's the secret code. Are there not people smarter than us who haven't already identified the mismatch between equity and bond markets? I'm sure. Identifying it doesn't fix it. You mean to say you don't reinforce your walls with sandbags and cinder blocks the day you move in? No. How dare you say Tesla does nothing? They clearly make vehicles with bad fit and finish while providing a useful volatility play for the market. I don't want to hole up at my house in Staten Island. If the poors revolt, and they like, which would take them getting their shit together, it's never gonna happen. And they did revolt, I would just cast myself into the throng. Maybe I could pretend to be like one of them. Do we like 4,200 end of day? No. Violence would end badly for the lower class. Obviously, it would simply be what may be necessary to embolden the complacent to enact change through our elected officials. I mean, we already kind of have escalating protests and labor strikes. It's unquestionably heating up, but it's very slow. I mean, this is America. We're very complacent. Our lives aren't nearly shitty enough for us to like really get pissed. Like, they're shitty, but nothing compared to other countries where you see those tempers flare more rapidly. You look poor, you'd be safe. That's the goal. Obviously, your cult will protect you. Yeah, but I've got to round you all up first. Gherk, show us your poor person impersonation. Oh man, those eggs were $8 today. That's something. Is that what poor people talk about? I'll just complain about my landlord. I'll be like, my management company is trying to evict me from my luxury apartment
because I beat them on an obscure law from the 1970s that they didn't know about. When will this tyranny end? Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Full board egg futures. I'll just get like a craft IPA, put on some joggers, and buy a pair of Nikes, and I'll be good. And I'll like make a sign. I can adapt. IPA in this economy, off with your head. I remember 84 years ago when you noted and drew pictures of violent ups and downs that preceded massive market volatility and spoke on how no one was emotionally ready for it. Huh? You mean 4 days ago? It needs to be Skechers. Oh, okay. Or I could get like the ones that they wear in restaurants. Then people will think I'm in the service industry. The good news about working in manufacturing means I just need to put on my steel-toed boots and no one will think I have any money. Nice. Yeah, you can just like when the revolutionaries come through, you can just be like, ah, yeah, the boss left. Get him. Fucker hasn't been paying me. Smart. Upper blue collar. I like it. I understand that SPX cash settles, but when we go down, puts take profits and we bounce. When we go up, bulls don't seem to take profits nearly as often. Why? Well, in a situation like this, the bulls bought the calls for so fucking cheap that the cash settlement price is perfectly sufficient, and we haven't lost any ground, right? So if it starts to sell off, like I said, if we start to break through the lower resistance, the bulls will start to take profits. But we haven't done that. And on the downside we did. We started to break through the upside resistances, right? And so puts took profits. It does actually work both ways. And then also, there's a large contingent of money that really wants prices to stay high. They don't want the price to fall back down again. Mentally feel like I need a break after today, but I want to have exposure for next week. Let me tell you the secret of the market for the last, 12 months now. Straddles. Just every goddamn day. They're so awesome. This morning, I was like, fuck. My 4260 calls, they're dead. This afternoon, pretty awesome, right? And you gotta feel both things at the same time because your 4260 puts way the fuck up. Do they? QQQ's up like $5 today. $50 intraday move every day last year. Vol was higher last year though, Carl. What about this year? What's the average for this year? That's from October 5th, 2022 to yesterday. You're making me feel like I'm not exiting my straddles in the most efficient method. Maybe I am. What's a straddle? Like a put and a call at the same strike on SPX? Can anyone do this? Yes. I'm sorry, Popcorn. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Barodactyl and Poopy. I think in a way you're both wrong. Like I think you're wrong that, you know, you think that that's gonna happen immediately. Um, I I think hardship will get much worse before violence becomes a solution. And then, you know, Poopy, I think if that's something that the powers that be wanted to prevent, they would do more to prevent it. And so far, by their actions, they have only shown that they are going to worsen the disparity rather than attempt to solve it. Any reason they wouldn't try to push it even higher into the end of the day? As calls get cheaper, they already got it this far. Why not go for more? All right, that's reasonable. I don't disagree with you. Look at 2008. That was a huge economic downturn. What happened? People got sad. That's about it. It's true. But it was far enough from the prior gigantic economic downturn that nobody had experienced two of them. I don't think it'll get to violence. I just think eventually we'll wake up and try to elect people that have our interests in mind again. Not if the people that don't have our interests in mind keep trying to convince us that doing that's a bad idea. Today's been my worst loss. I'm just upset with myself for being positioned poorly, but poor execution. If I didn't sell my call hedge and double down on the puts at 42.50, I'd be up. That was yeah, okay. That wasn't a great choice. Or at least not without a stop, right? Once you've already moved up like that and you're re-entering hoping for a turnaround, you need to have really tight stops. This generation's entirely different than boomers, though. It's true, yeah, people are feeling disenfranchised and upset. Probably at the greatest rate since, like, what, Nam and the civil rights movements. One day we'll elect Popcorn Trader to be president, and he will steer this country to bipartisanship, prosperity, and good quality of life. What you're neglecting to take note of is the fact that when GME squeezes and its shares become the new global currency, the rich will finally get what they deserve, and the pro will rule all. I mean, symbolic, depending on how you're positioned in the social strata, symbolic demonstration can be considered violence. Like, people with money see people in the streets angry, and they're like, that looks violent. Violence only starts when people start going hungry. Yeah. I haven't been paying attention to the market. I should have bought my call spreads for next week when I said something about it an hour ago. If you're gonna trade, you've got to focus. At least a little. And again, I'm not saying violence will happen. I got that. I understood that you weren't saying that. Buy a Ford Focus. Got it. Well, anyways, I learned an important lesson on SPX stops today. Did you learn anything neat today? No? I didn't storm the White House. That whole thing was ridiculous. Sure, Popcorn Trader. Is it about the lost colony of Roanoke? My problem with buying any additional calls here is that even if they're targeting DN, they can fail. Like they've been doing for a while. Yeah, that's true. I'd rather just wait for CPI and average down. Fair. Although I will say that they have some sustainable positioning for the upside in order to affect that continuation and at least test DN. When you say the news on Jan 6, what were your thoughts? Look at these hicks. Here's one. Any cribbage hand with 5 in it will be at least 2 points. Shit. All right. No, but my fun fact is that there are over 12,000 ant species. Okay. Worldwide. That's a lot of ants. I was at Costco yesterday. Can you imagine my excitement when I saw they had Danskin pants? Do you know if this is an official Dan product? Also, Dan leather sounds better than Dan skin. I mean, it's just an accurate product description. There's advertising laws. What's SPXDN at now? It's like 43.76. I know nat gas is moving up. One more bullish log on the fire. Although I didn't get to trade this push up due to unsold cash, my puts were stopped out with minimum loss. Thanks for hammering stops into my head. I would have blown up my account. Okay. Maybe now is a good time to talk to people about over leveraging. At no point should you ever be in a position, ever, that will blow up the entirety of your account. Ever. Ever, McConnerberry. I've said that for fucking a year. Stop over leveraging. You guys, it fucking happens every time. We get 2 months of dumps when everyone's holding puts. Everyone's up. Everyone leverages into more puts. I'm sitting over here pissed that I've lost $15. That sucks, Dork. I'm sorry to hear that. That kind of info would have been really helpful a bit earlier. I mean, I've said it till I'm fucking blue in the face. I'm down 100K. You bought GME at $24. It's your own fucking fault. Be quiet. Exuberant leveraging. Yep. I'm watching 4305, but I should probably be watching 4310. For what, a breakdown? You really don't think they're just gonna buy more out of the money calls here? I will say that the 280, 290 have been taking profits. And some of the short calls closed out to the downside. For my one baller ass reversal trade. What's the reversal though? Like 4,300? Okay. Hmm. Let me send you that then and see if it changes your mind. Are you expecting another leg up? I feel like I should. To the GME run finna line the pockets with that cheddar? I mean, I hope it runs. I can sell some cover calls again on it. You sure as shit can't sell any down here? If you're an institution repositioned today on this pump, why wouldn't you wait until 15 minutes to expiry? Load up on $20 out of the money 0 DTE calls, pump with futures to the moon, and replenish your margin a little today. I don't disagree with you. I don't think we're hitting 43.65 today. That's far-fetched. But we could hit 30. Yeah, I don't think 30 is out of the question. Has anyone considered the real inflation rate is much higher than CPI shows? And the SPX more accurately reflects the real inflation rate. If inflation runs away, SPX could keep rising. Yes, it could. That's possible. I don't think inflation's run out of control. And they did just revise all of the inflation data over the last year. Well, at least all of the PCE data over the last year to show that consumers have been, in fact, spending more than previously indicated. Yeah, I mean, but that would also require. So yes and no. The U.S. is far more exposed to multinationals, right? And if the value of the dollar drives up, it's going to severely impact our largest companies. And then the Fed is on the other side of that, tightening spreads, right? And so the tightening credit conditions aren't something that's going to fuel future growth. Even if profits run a little higher, right? I mean, we had that in 2022. It's just that the equity markets continue to believe that rates will be dramatically cut, whereas bond markets are starting to price in that's not going to happen. How much theta do you like to get for weekend straddles? A bit more. Lately I've been going like 7 DTE on the call side, and then like 14 on the put side. I'll probably keep that up. Although here I might go, like this weekend, I might just go 7 and 7. What are you seeing that's making you think GME may run next week? Well, they pulled XRT off Reg Show yesterday. The last time they did that in October of 2022, GME ran, right? I don't know if it'll run next week or in the next couple weeks, but generally speaking, once XRT's off Reg Show, GME experiences some volatility. Sorry if I derailed things for a few there. You're ruggedly handsome as always. It's okay, Baradactyl. I like the passion, and I understand. What's the consensus on today's pump? I squeezed out a bunch of fucking short calls. And more than anything, that's really what happened, right? Like data and everything else aside, they got a leg up at like, so in the pre-market, call sellers were coming in pretty hard at like 40, 42, 55, 42, 60, and they squeezed some of those out and then just kept buying the momentum. They got out from under their risk pretty successfully. Now, did they do that because they're afraid of the data that came in today? That's hard to say. Wow, upside breakout of ascending wedge. Yep. Looks like my choice to buy a bunch of 4315s here was a good idea. Nice stream card and shirt. Thanks, man. Things were awesomely bearish this morning. You should have been here for it. 14.7 DT for SPX. What about SPY? I don't particularly like straddling SPY. I'm probably shorter. But you take on more risk. I think QQQ is the best for people looking to straddle with like something cheaper. Simply because it has like better volatility and you get better moves. I don't think I really don't like SPY very much. But yeah, I mean on QQQ or SPY, I would be straddling with significantly less theta. You see GME go up? Well, sometime between next Monday and like through OPEX. So between next Monday and the end of October, it could. It went up today. No, QQQ is not tax preferred. XSP is. But XSP, it's really hard to get good fills. And what little profitability you might have, you could lose. You could lose just on the fills. I guess it depends on how much you leverage it. I closed out my 4315s. Nice. Good job hedging. I assume because of the need for more delta exposure on those contracts. Yes. Also, it's just hard to pick up a lot of delta on SPY, right? Like you need a pretty big move on SPY to pick up a lot of delta. Is this SPX pump due to the strength of AMC as a company? I think they just got a little bit of leverage and took advantage. Hard. As hard as they feasibly could, because it's better than falling through 4,200 and fucking getting blown up. They're going for it? Yeah. Yeah. That seemed like the plan there, right? And we failed to break down through 90 twice. Then we failed to break down through 95. Then we failed to break down through 305. Seems pretty obvious at that point that, you know, they're just going to try to pump into the end of the day. They have the out of the money call positions at 20, 25, and 30. So why wouldn't they? I feel like I mentioned 43.30 last night. Did I not? It might have been the day before. What's the craziest thing about this fucking shit is that yields are still up on the day. Yields are like fucking untouched. Dollars down a lot, but yields are strong. Resilient even. Yeah, USD JPY is still fucking above 149. The new pitch? Fed doesn't need to hike anymore. The market did it for them. You mean treasury shorts? Something I noticed could mean nothing. Index volumes are above average. Actual stock volumes are way below average. Interesting. Yeah, liquidity's going to be an issue on any upside. Especially upside this extreme. We're already starting to get like really gappy even on the indexes as we move higher. 42, I assume you mean 4250, 4200 within the next week. I mean, we haven't moved up so much that those are out of our like our wider trading range, but I mean, I wouldn't be aggressively targeting them in the short term. Are you out of October Tesla spreads? No, not yet. My sold calls aren't at risk. I'm probably gonna stay in them a while longer. Although maybe I shouldn't carry them over the weekend. Eh. Hmm. I'll have to think about that one. More call buying? Right, 20's kind of the dead zone here. And then 25 interest is ramping up. How much of this did I actually hedge off? It's just gonna be like a $800 loss. That's not too bad. I'm just gonna lose money on the put I bought. God, I hate PDT. It's the worst. It's actually bullshit. When do I get another trade again? I just hate that the fucking, like, realized vol in the market's so high that I have to, like, burn a trade hedging every day. Because, like, every bounce can just turn around like 100 BPS, right? So you either have to take profits or you have to hedge. Oh, that's not too bad. I have another one Monday. PDT is what prevents me from taking off risk early on my smaller accounts. PDT prevents people from making money quickly. That seems to be the only reason for it to even fucking exist. That sounds weird, but I feel like VIX should be more crushed. Yeah, part of that is because yields are still up, right? $4,300C are now 100x from their low. Damn. Enough positioning to break 43.25. There's some yeah, there's enough interest at 43.30. And 43.35 is picking up now, so don't be afraid of calls. If they're gonna pump, take advantage of it, right? Not that there's a ton of range left here, but there's still like $7 maybe. Once you have like momentum like this, right? You can just like either wait for it to kind of trade sideways, or just take an entry and set a tight stop, right? And that's how you scalp, is you pick up the momentum trend. QQQ doesn't look like it's slowing at all. Tesla's not even up very much today. IWM did bounce back though. And Dow? I'm glad I didn't buy any cat puts. Smooth. I will say I should have bought more 4,300 calls when I bought 4,300 calls. How do you tell the difference between continued momentum versus chasing and FOMO? You don't need to. You just set a stop, right? Does WeBull let you set a stop loss and a take profit at the same time? I think so. I'm not sure if they do it on, like, if I think on just a standard option you're allowed to. Hold on, let me see. No. They might do it on stock, but they don't have it. They don't seem to have it for options. What the fuck is this? Turbo Trader. Ew. No, Webull doesn't. I'm so happy that these options I have are gonna cash settle. Set SL and TP at once. Not on options. How? They only have market stop and stop limit. I'm asking you where. You need to own it first. Then you can set it. Yeah, but you can't do it when you place that. The order was when you can do it when you place the order. Yeah, once you're in the contract, you can set a take profit and a stop loss, but you can't do it before you buy into the contract. How much cash do you need to cash settle the SPX options? They net, so it doesn't matter. You have to be above the FINRA margin requirement, whatever. That's like $2,000 or something. Yeah, in IBKR, you can set your stop loss and take profit before buying into the contract. IBKR also has open, close, open orders. You can have it set up so that you buy into a call, set the stop, and then it opens a put at the money when your call closes. More melting up to DN on Monday. It's a long weekend. We'll see. Bond markets are closed Monday. I'm not really sure the effect that's going to have right now with bond volatility where it is. Probably more pumping. That would be a very good opportunity to pump when bonds aren't moving, right? So that's kind of my expectation for next week. Obviously, I'll want to see the options data from today, like the OI and like the OI changes and everything. But I think positionally, it looks like they're targeting gamma delta neutral. They got 3 days before inflation comes in, right? So I'm just gonna straddle. Nothing complicated. Hey Greg, I'm just coming back awake after a few hours with amnesia. I remember jobs data being super hot and yields were skyrocketing. Did we crash? No. You don't think PPI on Wednesday will have an effect? If it's higher, it may, but it may not. PPI is, no one usually gives a shit about it, right? It'll probably be hot. Right? We already saw the effect on oil on PPI last month, right? All squoze out. I don't know, getting there. I got stops on my 43.15s. I'm probably gonna get stopped out here pretty quickly. Yep, stopped out. That was nice though. 100%. A little more. Stepping off for the afternoon. Enjoy the market crash, everybody. Thanks, Dork. I just need it to close below 42.48 and everything's peachy. $166 basis point downside move? Why not? What did you just say? Ridiculous bullshit to Dork before he left. I bought a 43.15 with a 10% trail stop to scalp around 43.13 or so, but I got stopped out too soon. Is that too tight a risk? I had a dollar stop on mine, like a $1 trail stop. I guess it just depends where you bought it. Like I bought my 43.15 here. I bought the 43.15s here. but I just set my trail stop here, so I don't think the width of it mattered much. But yeah, I mean, generally you got to at least take like the prior resistance as like your stop. And it's better if you look at the options contract itself, right? Hold on. Like if you look, because you get a better idea of the liquidity of the contract too. But like, let me see if I can find a point where it's not just crashing into the ground. So say you like buy, you enter your contract here, right? Then you'd want to set your stop below that like the nearer resistance premium, right? And then like you wouldn't get stopped out here, and then you'd be able to take advantage of the move to the upside. But yeah, I mean, like when you're scalping or zero DT trading, you usually want it fairly tight. It depends on how much capital you have to sacrifice, or how confident you are in the move, or if you're gonna like build up a position over time, right? Like maybe you want to build a lot of contracts and you're really confident in the upside move, right? And you buy, and then you might have a wider stop. But these would probably get stopped out. But that, like, if you're doing that, you might set, like, your stop there, right? Like, below the trend. And then when it slips the trend, you might tighten your stop. No, we're not going to close at fucking spot. Even if we start falling now, you know the amount of selling that would have to occur for us to close back at, like, 4260, 4250? I think they're going to keep pumping into PPI. PPI, CPI. They're setting up to pump into OPEX, so... $100% closing at 4250, 4260. That's ridiculous. Although I don't think 4300 is crazy. Should I do something with that thought? That's a terrible thought. How much are those? Oh, that's some degenerate shit right there. There's no fucking way, right? Profit taking. There's no... Where the fuck are the puts? There's not a lot of puts. Put interest is weak as shit. Alright, fuck it. Let's see what happens. Join us, Papa! I mean, the 4300's 80 cents. I know I'm just gonna lose the money on it, but it's kind of fun. I didn't trade Rad. What happened to Rad? No, look, it's up 3%. How exciting. I kind of want to look at NVIDIA right now. What's NVIDIA doing? Is NVIDIA squeezed out the 50 short call? NVIDIA's going at 263, isn't it? Back to 250, then to 263? Fuck, that moved up a lot today. I should have bought more 0DTs on tech. Oh well. The fuck is that? Apple moving back to 180? Interesting that Apple's joining the pump. Given that they've done nothing but revise down their guidance for like weeks. I just made $100 in 3 minutes. Tonight's all about treating my Philadelphia wife to the finest meat logs in town. Nice, man. Buy 100? I'm not gonna buy a fucking 100 4300s. The chance of them going in the money is like 8%. I didn't trade RAD yesterday. Somebody brought it up and I like looked at it, but I didn't trade it. Never tell me the odds. So you only have like 50? I bought like 5. So was the chance of 4300s this morning. That's true. Decent time to re-enter puts on Apple with this pump? No. This isn't I don't think this is a good time to re-enter puts on anything. I expect more upside. Unless we crash over the weekend. But that would be weird. I can say this much about the market right now. Bulls are positioning to pump into inflation data. If not into like SLD. They're buying a lot of out of the money calls with some theta. And the Bulls never do that. Like they haven't done that this year at all unless they intended to pump like a motherfucker. The last time they set up the chain like this was like August when they pushed up for gamma neutral, right? It took us an hour and 15 minutes to go up 180 BPS earlier. Let's just reverse that into close. I mean, I like the way you think. Zero variance, gang. Is it confirmed? No, it's not confirmed. They could be sold. But at the point at which they were bought, I doubt it, because they weren't just picked up now. They were sold when they were picked up when we were trading at like when we broke 42.75, they flooded into long dated calls. So I would say it's pretty likely. Also, the IV at the strikes bumped. There's a few reasons to think that they're currently bought, but yeah, we'll obviously confirm with like OI change the end of day data. Why am I selectively shadow banned? But you said it's at resistance before, and I read that. I didn't know what you were talking about, but so long calls the puts as hedge. Got it for now. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna keep my November puts for at least until VIX starts to slide back into, like, VIX is actually higher now than it was the last time we were in this price range. And I think a lot of that has to do with yields being up, right? Like, we're just systematically entering a period of like higher vol. But if VIX starts to slip like 1650, I'll probably start scaling back my longer dated puts. At least the ones that I didn't get stopped out of on the bounce today. And the bounce Wednesday. Get your 4260s now before they sell out. Ridiculous, OG. My break even on open positions today is 4283. Is it realistically possible? I think it's highly unlikely. I think even if we drop here, we'll probably stabilize at like 4300. We'd have to really pick up a lot of fucking momentum to break through the downside, or all the calls just have to capitulate. Like, the whole pump was bullshit. All of their out of the money call buying was bullshit, and it's all gonna fail. And the odds of that are pretty slim, especially given how high they've pumped it and how much stability they've built around the 4300 resistance, right? I'd be a lot more worried about higher upside if they started adding risk to the 4300 level, and we haven't seen that yet. So that's maybe the only positive in this is that most of the decline in vol we've seen hasn't been from like excessive put selling, but just the market maker closing long vol positions. But if we start to see a reaccumulation of put selling and they start to like add risk to their Vega, like their Vega risk levels, like if they start adding back risk to 4300, 4275, 4325, that would be concerning for prolonged upside. But have they de-risked anything below us? That might be a little hard to tell right now. Let me see. So the puts at 4300 are a little lower, but 4200 and 4250 look pretty much unchanged. Actually, 4200's a bit higher, but I think most of that selling occurred when we bottomed. But it doesn't appear they're selling the 4300 heavily, at least not on longer dated time frames, not yet. Bear Song, if we close at 4260, sure, why not? Was that the top? We'll find out. There's still a lot of calls. Some in the money calls took profits, but the out of the money calls aren't. Yeah, right now I would say that we could close. We could either close at 4,300 or we could close at like 4330. I think both of those are possible. 15, I mean, just look for 15 to break down. If 15 breaks down, that'll give you your likelihood. Can confirm my calls are both out of the money and haven't taken profit. Can we get another one of those negative $40 candles? That was pretty cool this morning. That was pretty awesome. I'd like those. Yeah, that'd be. I'd prefer more than $40 though. Let's say they get DN by CPI. Would 4,200 be possible on bad news? I mean, we could start another leg down. I don't think we'd instantly drop to 4,200 from 4380. You'd have plenty of time to confirm it. What was the 431750 line you had earlier? I don't have one of those. I think I was just talking about like options. Oh, 1 second, sorry. Ooh. Are my 4,300s gonna prompt? Did you know if you buy 5 out of the money 0 DTEs for 0.2, then sell 4 for 0.25, the MM lets you have an almost free out of the money 0 DTE? Yeah. Was that a margin call? No. No. I just had to run down to my lobby real quick. Fortunately, the elevator was working. Bear trap on the 1 hour. I'll buy it when I see it. So, the most likely closing prices were here at 43.30 and then at 4,300. If we lose 4,300 with volume, it could break down a little more. Although, I don't think that will happen. I should be really clear about that. Hmm. $40 minutes? You know what? Maybe I'll buy a few more of these. I would buy 4305s. That's extremely greedy. Is it wise to take 10% here on Airbnb puts? Get back in next week sometime after the market pumps? You can if you want to. I just hedged the upside on Airbnb. So I did it pretty early this morning, once we started bouncing. But I mean, you already have a lot of theta locked in, and then I'm just gonna hedge the upside, and when it starts to, if I think it's starting to break down, I'll cut the hedge and reposition or average down. Any chance for some healthy pullback Monday, or is this full steam ahead? Let the greed take over your body. You get fucked, Carl. I know you've heard it all day, but my port blew up over the last 2 days. I made costly errors and took on too much risk. I'm sick to my stomach. My once 60k port is now only 10k remaining. Fuck, that's rough. Don't lose that. Stop. Stop trading. You should have stopped trading when you took the first big loss, but definitely stop trading now, right? Take a fucking breather. That's super shitty. You can earn it back. It'll take time. You'll have to do it a lot more safely. But don't ever take on that kind of risk again. I'm sorry to hear that, Blue Fire. Do you have updated Greeks for GME? You want to know where Gamma Max is? Is it like 21? 21 and change. Do calls cost same like puts? Yeah, believe it or not. I lost 10k in 6 hours day trading 10x VIX? Jesus Christ. Clip that. I want to hear that on replay. Can you get it? I don't have the thing open. It's too late for that guy, but PSA to everyone in the back, if you're putting more than 10% of your port in a single play that you do not hedge, you will go broke. That is correct, Mac. Absolutely. I was a bit sad that I lost some money today, and then I saw the pricing on the SPX November 4300 Ps, and now I'm not so sad. Interesting. You don't think you'd want to wait? JLW 18 would have made bank on a day like today. Probably, yeah. He would have done the thing I didn't do on the upside, which is buy like 100 4300s. I bought enough to hedge my positions, but that was it. Nah, zero DTs are my way of getting past a coke addiction. Fuck the money. This stuff is just fantastic. You can never go broke if you're only putting in 10% every time. What? No, that's not true. The reason for choosing positional allocation is that if you actually get blown up completely on a position, you only lose 10% of your port. Never. You can't just reaffirm never and make your statement true. 26 minutes. What are we going for here? I was in a meeting. Did you write 4330 on the chart? Because that's the strike we should all buy our 0DTs at. Sorry, 30 minutes to expiry. No. All right, let's see. So the 35 and the 30 trimmed down. Some profit taking on the 4300 and the 4305 on the dip. But 25 is still quite high. So still a lot of interest at 25. But 4330 is becoming a less likely close. There's a little bit of profit taking. So total gamma fell off by about half, almost half. I don't know. I've purchased 4325s, 4305s, and some 4300s. It'd be really cool if we just hit both in the next 30 minutes. I wouldn't mind. Jeffrey said the Beam 7 are over 30% of the SPX. How does this make you feel? Fantastic. When will the bond market actually beat indexes into the ground? Well, it's losing to equities today because fucking yields are still up and the market's done nothing but pump. Mm, 4330 call buying's picking up again. 43. Can I bet negative percentages of my port and then lose to actually profit? I've got the losing part down. No. Does Tesla's upcoming earnings on 10/18 affect your position? No, but I'd hedge earnings. I don't expect them to be very good. You're a mentor and an inspiration. I very much admire your commitment to trade and to your community. While we may disagree on certain bankrupt stocks, I know you will be continue to be mindful and intelligent autist who constantly reevaluates their thesis. Godspeed, regard. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Bold Solution. I appreciate that. Am I reading this right? Holy fuck. Thank you. Godspeed to you as well. $7.41. That must be Ryan Cohen. No, it wasn't. RC's too cheap. It was half square? Definitely not. It was too eloquently spoken. That's insane. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do. Who has that much money? Literally anybody who bought 4,300 calls at 4,250. I wonder if that's... Hmm. Oh, God damn it. We failed 4,320. Was US dollars? Yeah. Someone could have bought 50 contracts of 4,300C at 15 cents each, 750 total cost, close them out at $20 each, 100K. That's accurate. To Bold Solution, Riku. Hmm. What if it was Frag? No. These are the trades we should be focusing on. What? Fucking $50 out of the money calls over leverage to the tits? That was Jake Freeman. His bonds finally printed. Sub, yes. That's fucking terrible. In an increasingly volatile market, yes. I mean, I bought 4300s at 43.50 today, or 42.50. I just bought not a lot of them. I was like, okay, if we're gonna hit 4300, I need this many calls, and that's how many I bought. I suppose I could have bought, you know, a few hundred of them, but I feel like that would have been fucking stupid. There was still resistance to the upside at that point. So Black Monday, probably. Everyone stopped out of their puts, right? That's the only reasonable explanation for this bullshit. I mean, I'm just gonna take a straddle tonight. We'll see what if the market crashes Monday. I've got puts. I've got theta, so be it. Have we entered a new utopia where elevated bond yields can live in harmony with massively overpriced equities? Did someone buy the world to Coke? What if all the hedge funds and banks, they're all just selling all their other equities? Everything shit, like RSPs at March lows, right? And they're simply just concentrating all of that risk into the 7 most liquid stocks on the planet. And then when they dump, retail that's been buying those stocks will hold all of their bags. Mag 7 Event Horizon. You just described the recipe for a perfect economy. Sounds like the best way for the rich to get richer. They can't crash the market because GME would MOASS. Oh, that's horseshit. When you look at trading spreads for like 14 DTE, are you generally looking to close well before expiration? Not in this shitty account, but yeah, generally speaking, I'm usually closing them at like a fixed profit, like 30 to 50%. How are you handling your Tesla put positions? So if we cross my sold calls, I'm gonna buy. I'll hedge. I'll hedge and I'll start shaving off, um, like put expiries as they get for like the nearer dated put expiries out to the further dated. But immediately I'll hedge the short, like the short calls. Probably just by buying the short calls back. They're up a little bit from where I sold them. So I'll probably just buy the short calls at 60, yeah, at 60 back, and then open, leave the long call open to hedge the upside, and then I'll close out like October, November, December as price improves, and then if it reverses, we start going back down again. I'll pick the puts back up cheaper. So pumped to 4,400 on Monday. Like 43.75. 4,400 might be a bit out there still, but we'll see. If we close higher tonight, we'll probably get even more interest. Is this very bullish overall for the beginning of next week, or will we see a pullback to the 42.75-95 area? What normally happens after a massive swing day such as this? Usually the market kind of, like, you get a lot of repositioning and you get kind of a flat day. That's one of the reasons Mondays tend to be pretty flat after like really volatile Fridays. It's crazy we've got to wait another 3 months for 4,200. I could see it happening before then. But it could be like December or Jan. Look, Gorg, even though I'm a loser, my mother-in-law paid for all-inclusive resort room for me and the waifu. I'll ping Carl when I'm crying in the jacuzzi, and he'll wipe your tears away. Adopted by the Dans. Do you think Mega pumps till Wednesday or Thursday next week? I think this is the best window for them to pump in, and they're positioned to do it. Boo that statement. Why? 4,200 next Friday. That'd be cool. Do you think 4,200 is not possible by November? I didn't say that. I have 4,200 November puts. I'll cut him if we break delta neutral, but I'm not going to cut him yet. Okay, I'll make sure I ping him then. He owes me a 24-hour timeout anyway. I played the bear song and we bounced. This is my fault, everyone. You son of a bitch. $42.25 is a fortress. 4,400 next week. 43.50, 75 next week. I don't know about 4,400 yet. We could. Friday of next week, we wake up. Inflation is skyrocketed again. JPOW is smiling as he hints to 2 to 3 more 25 BPS rate hikes. We drop 350 bips, then rocket up 500 bips intraday. That sounds about right. Poor Watkins gotta wait a bit longer. Yeah. Apparently things still need to be worse. Thankfully, nothing's getting better. And now NatGas is going up, which is super exciting. Now everybody's inflation gets to move higher. Fucking bullshit. Maybe if Tech Pump does down popcorn lol. That does sound exciting. Who doesn't want to pay more for natural gas? It's natural. It's organic. I was told food and energy don't count. Take that, Bears. When does student loan repayments start? Go Boyle. I've got some natural gas for you. Pull my finger. You're truly a Philadelphia degenerate. Is VIX gonna spike in the last 15 minutes as the dollar moves back over 106? Oh, I'd like that. Yeah, do it. Correlation's picking up into the end of the day, too. Jesus fucking Christ. What's up, Trash? How you doing? Gamble on volatility? 4370C, 4260p. A bit of weekend fun. That could be interesting. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the commentary in here today kind of just sounds exactly like after we bounced after Wednesday, and then we went right back down again. Although I will say that this bounce is a bit different. $43.10s are closing. So profit taking on the call side here, but not at 15 yet. $12 minutes left. I'll probably just close here at 43.15. Fucking just nothing fun. Lame. Let's go, VIX. It's gonna have to go a lot harder than 1733. This morning news said nat gas will be cheaper this winter. They wouldn't lie. Another day above ground, unfortunately. How y'all been? Hanging in there. You know, people making money, people losing money. Same old shit, different day. How do they expect to pump that much higher? Will yields and dollars cooperate next week? We'll see. I mean, the march of yields upwards wasn't stopped by today's pump. Get that bear song prepped. We're about to gap down to 4260. No, we're fucking not. It's ridiculous. I made $1 today. Winning. I hope that JPOW punishes these bulls with 50 BPS and we can start shorting banks into oblivion. Today's pump equals market saved. People can repay their student loans on Monday, knowing their 401ks won't be dropping like a stone. Their 401ks are still down. They're still down like 7% from a month ago, though, right? Like, I'm not sure the 1% makes that much of a difference. Oh, come on, Vix. You can do it. Print my 15-cent puts, you bitch. That'd be funny though. Just back to yesterday's close. Don't say that. Speaking of down, how's GME doing? Slightly up. It's not having a great end of day here, but yeah, nice bounce earlier. Back above 15. Okay, going down to 43.10 or 43.05 in the last 8 minutes of the day is not crashing. It's crashing, woo. God damn it. We're losing popcorn. The bips are disappearing, not nearly fast enough. Why do you guys have to be so influenced by the color of the last candle? This looks mighty crashy, Gorg. Just whisper it into fruition. It would be really cool if VIX went above 1750 before close. Ooh, shit. Except they're just gonna buy every fucking in the money call on the way down until they stop it. Can you make all the candles the same color so that we can calm down? Oh shit. I can go out to the 5-minute chart. That always makes people a little more normal, but it's not gonna help now. Because then they're like, ooh, big red candle. Sometimes I think if I zoom out too much, people will, like, get overly bullish or bearish. Right? Like, if I go out to the 1 hour, people will be like, damn, this looks like crap. You know? And then they're gonna buy too many puts. And they're gonna be like, ooh, double bottom on VIX, you know? And so I feel like just focusing on what's happening immediately in front of our faces is best. Do I have a plan? No, I just bought a bunch of out of the money puts. I don't really have a plan for them. Doesn't matter which chart you pull up. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Perfect. Five minutes left. Only wizards can read charts. I don't know a single magic trick. Bonds and dollar are getting weird at the end of the day here. Hmm. Is this gonna be the dollar's first red week? In 12 weeks. What the fuck? And by 12 basis points? Amazing. I've made Fruit Loops disappear before, magic. You eating them isn't making them disappear. Bulls in shambles, haha, Black Monday, no. Oh, I didn't eat them? I see. Holy fuck, my shitty puts are printing. This is kind of cool. If we go down $2 more here, all of my shitty puts are gonna print. That's not gonna happen though, right? They'll just buy the 4305. What the fuck? I like that VIX is kind of being like a naughty little minx right now. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, SPX closed a little bit closer to the more concentrated interest at 4,300. Looks like we had some put buying there at the end of the day to hedge over the weekend. However, the run up today looks like it has legs, and I think we're going to get a continuation of this next week unless something really crazy happens. Let's see. The dollar closed its first week in 12 red by 8 basis points. Correlation started to pick up a little bit at the end of the day, but we're very close to like the lows from September 29. I will say that vol overall in indexes is higher than on our previous ridiculous rip to the upside. And so, you know, that shifting trend is probably going to align with bond yields where, you know, as we see yields climb higher and higher and credit spreads get tighter, volatility in risk assets is going to pick up. And we're getting kind of a slow realization of that. But VIX is not entering the weekend backwardated as it was this morning. NQ up 175 BPS at the end of the day, ES 123, Russell 100, and the Dow 93, with vol futures down 91 points. Almost all of the yields up. The 30-year back below 5, but still up quite a lot. 10-year at about 4.8, 5-year 4.75. The 20-year still at 5.16. USD JPY 149.33 into the end of the day, and a little idea of what happened here after this morning's insane peak. Spread got really close again, and they just fucking slammed it, right? Mostly on the vol side this time, though. So, bonds actually stayed pretty stable, and they stayed at a lower level than they got them, on the previous pump. So bond spreads a little wider, but vol crushed pretty hard. If we start to see vol pick back up again, that'll probably be our first indicator, especially if bond yields stay high. Outside of that, I mean, I'll look more into the longer dated positioning that came in today over the weekend as soon as we get our like end of day data in and stuff, and then I'll fill you guys in on all of that on Sunday, and the member stream will be at 12:30 p.m. Thank you guys so much. I hope you all have a lovely weekend. See you later.